But we're here.
Hey.
Hey everybody! Good evening!
We've got to hydrate.
Hold on, I'm jumping. Okay, you guys hydrate. I'm gonna jump straight into the script and we'll get even quicker at playing D&D. It's amazing. Good evening and welcome back to Jason Tales. For those of you just joining us, we are a UK-based TTRPG channel and tonight we're continuing our homebrew D&D 5e game, The Adventures of the Silveran Sea. I'm Andrew, I'm a Dungeon Master, and before we delve back into the world of Ivandos, we have some points of order. First off, we're very happy to continue to be supported by D&D Beyond. If you haven't heard of them already, somehow D&D Beyond are the official digital toolset of D&D 5th edition, providing a space to keep track of all of your D&D books, monsters, spells, homebrew, and character sheets. If you haven't already, you still have time to enter our giveaway and be in with a chance to win a digital copy of the Player's Handbook in this digital format. If you follow the link in chat, could someone put an exclamation mark giveaway down in the chat, and that's going to drop that green link for you just there. Hit that link and you're able to make a couple entries there by doing different things, retweeting a tweet, making sure you follow us, going to D&D Beyond via the link they provide us, and you'll have a chance to win. We'll announce the winner at 9 p.m. tonight. That's just at the end of our halftime break. So go ahead, get those entries in, and be with a chance to win later on. Number 2, we are returning to a Hail Love. Well on. Second up is a returning hail of love to our friend, the Cognitive Merchant. There you go. The words in my head was like, this only works one way around. This only, like, some sentences you can do this to this one. Wonderful purveyors, get those dice cups up. Wonderful purveyors of handmade leather and vegan leather dice bags, dice trays, dice cups, TTRPG and LARP accessories, and all kinds of other wonderful things. Check them out and check out their stock at etsy.com/shop/cognitive merchant. You can also search them on Etsy. Make sure there's no space in between on Etsy, just Cognitive Merchant, all one word, and you'll find their stock. You can check out their wonderful custom works over on Cognitive Merchant on Instagram, and you can also see some of their new spicy developments, where we're branching toward collars and masks and all kinds of slightly spicy things. So go and check those out there. And there's one more way you can get in contact with the Cognitive Merchant, and if you are going to the UK Games Expo, you can go and see Jay, the wonderful maker himself, and our dear friend. It is this weekend. Go to stand 2T5. That is 2T4 Trials 5. And you can go and find Jay. Wait,
2T4 or 2T5?
2T5. Did I say 4?
You said 4 the first time.
Well, go to 4, say hi to whoever's there, and then go next door to T5, where you'll find Jay of the Cognitive Merchant. He's not here right now, but the last shout out on this little scripty listy here is for Simon, our dear friend. As you'll see, we are currently lacking our dear Alex and our dear Simon. Simon is a friend who is... We're bardless! Thank Christ. Simon is a newer friend of ours. He's guesting here on the show for a little stint. He makes beautiful, sharp-edged resin dice. They are absolutely stunning, and you can go and check those out at SaberDice on Instagram. They are really, really gorgeous. Go check them out on SaberDice on Instagram. And yeah, go check them out. Go treat yourself and get some beautiful dice. They're really sexy. And at some point in coming weeks when we gather the mental energy to do so, we'll be doing a giveaway with a Chasing Tales themed set of dice. We'll be posting sexy pictures of them and doing a whole giveaway thing for that. So keep your eyes out. Make sure you follow us at Chasing Tales RPG on Twitter to make sure you catch those. But yeah, be aware, those things are coming. Aside from Simon, who isn't here, we're also joined by our wonderful normal cast of these. Look at these beautiful nerds. So, before we get into the game, let's have a quick reminder of just who you are and who you're playing before we dive into tonight's game. So, going down how you are laid out in front of me on Discord, David.
Hello, I'm David. I play Markos Astreva. He's a human ranger rogue with a rifle, big sneak, big shoot, big spot things.
They're very big spot things. Meggie.
Hi, I'm Meg. I play Maple. She is a rogue barbarian and she is previously a gnome, now a dead one. And yeah, she's goth as fuck, and also no sleeves, no shoes, cause fuck you.
But I still get service. Yo, Rowan.
Hello, I play Hemlock. She is a half-orc, half-elf, spore-touched, circle of spores druid. There's a lot of shrooms going on there, and right now she's having a little nap on some train tracks.
Everything's fine. Having a little sleepy. It's been a very tough day. Lots of shopping. Maths happened. Understandable that you want to take a little nap.
I got very big for a few seconds, and then I got regular sized, and I had to take a nap. So
yes. And lastly, Jordan.
Hello, it's me.
Hello.
I'm Jordan. I play my wonderful boy Nute, who is a Duergar Way of the Sunsoul monk. His thing's just that he's real good at punching stuff, and
He's
also
so good at it.
he is Hemlock's partner, and is real cute.
Yo.
we're a very cute couple, and nothing is wrong with us at all.
Not at all. We have a lot in common. Both of us have died.
Both of us have died.
At some point or
At some
another.
point.
I killed you once. I feel like that's a
Yeah.
good bonding exercise between us as a couple.
I'll
In
balance that out
fairness,
at
it
some
was
point, but-
consensual.
It was a
consensual.
consensual killing.
You also
Can't
made
say
him an
Phil and
entirely new
Marigold
body.
have done that.
Yeah.
Killed you, made a body. In a way, Hemlock made two. Alrighty, with that, as you all the Soulguard, and we bring ourselves into tonight's session. The Soulguard, our wonderful intrepid band of adventurers and heroes, have ventured forth into the nation of Volm, within which a conspiracy seemed to have a number of the councillors of this nation in cahoots with the evil Lich Queen Kaiser, which seems to have pulled this nation towards the direction of war, which has now come to a ceasefire as this conspiracy is being revealed. The Soulguard has ventured forth and investigated through arcane ship hangars and subterranean subway stations, filled with all manner of twisted apparatus and creation devices for the strange form of undeath that seems to be Lady Kaiser's trademark. It was a train bound for Siltfork, another Volman city, one not within her clutches. But you hijacked this train, separated its cars, fended off the pit fiend Lieutenant Maldeus Ra, and found your way to Siltfork and warned them of the incoming threat. You rested for the evening with the thanks of Councillor Tathon Vlaine, who came and had drinks with you for a night, appreciated a bit of chill, left some guards to kind of just keep an eye on you while you're in the town, and the next morning you were afforded a little bit of free time. You ventured around the town, you spoke to a wonderful herbalist named Dylan, you went and did plenty of very numerically intense shopping, but then were called into action, as a plan needed to be drafted as the zombie horde you delayed seemed to have come knocking. You took command of the soldiers and mages and clerics at your disposal down in these tunnels. You made your plans, and as this horde approached, you unleashed hell upon them. You sent firebolts and crossbow bolts and magic raining toward them, picking off one and another of these incoming creatures and undead monstrosities as this massive horde lumbered closer. As you darted around and executed this plan and worked together, you slew them all. This entire gargantuan horde melded into one regenerating monstrosity. Maldeus, who was summoned once more by the strange magic of this beast, you defeated them all, without a single casualty of you or your soldiers under your command. Now, as the flames lick up and thick black smoke emits from the mouth of this tunnel as more oil is brought down to burn the remains of this entire fray, you are all brought up, Hemlock with some assistance, and you find yourselves kind of standing in this central square of the town where you first entered through this tunnel. The soldiers around you, beaten, burned, soot covering their armor from the fireballs that went off mere moments ago. But the rest of the soldiers around left in reserve that were still being gathered at this very short notice begin to see all of you down there emerging. And shouts of triumph begin to ring out. Fists are thrown in the air. Yells and a combination, it's a strange kind of duality of this atmosphere follows and begins to emanate from this celebration. There is victory and triumph in this. You, the Soulguard, fighters from Adagan, went down alongside Volman soldiers, alongside their commanders of Victus and Hyra and Edgar, and fought together against whatever this was, but most of these people didn't see it. Most of these soldiers didn't see what happened down there or what you fought against, and as the rest of the soldiers you commanded begin to return to their units and their friends and begin to tell them of what happened, there is a combination of elation and persistent fear. They begin to now understand what it is they are fighting, and they have no idea what comes next. As for you, the Soulguard, Victus, the mage that fought alongside you and appears to be one of the commanders of this military outfit here in Siltfork, turns to all of you amid this celebration and this planning, this strange space. Look, I can't begin to thank you for all that you've done in helping us fight off that thing. I assure you we will gather the remaining mages that couldn't make it in time for this fight to seal off that tunnel utterly. We intend to collapse it and use stone shape to meld that stone into a solid block that nothing will come through to take advantage of this. But there is much more to understand as what's to come. You are free to the town to do whatever you wish. Though I shall ask of you, and I shall report all of this to Lady Vlaine. At dawn tomorrow, meet us at the castle. We are conducting reconnaissance both within and without, throughout the nation to see what it is truly that might come after this. And I assure you that whatever it is, we will want your thoughts, at least. For now, go. It takes a minute to think. Take this. And he reaches into a side pouch, and he pulls out what is essentially what looks like a circular amulet that seems to have a sun-like branching out pattern at this from the edge that comes to a very well carved and ornate glyph in the center. It has blue tassels of fabric kind of set behind it that kind of hang down the side of his palm as he hands it towards you. This is my crest. Show it to whomever vendors you may go to for the rest of the day. Your services here have certainly earned that, at least.
Thank you, kindly.
Good day.
The guy will spend the day resting.
I think
Military
that's
discount.
very well deserved. Oh, and the rest of you, and he kind of raises his hand, and the rest of the soldiers that fought alongside you kind of gather around. You see that all of them are tending their wounds somewhat that remain. Some of them appear to be still in shock, despite coming out victorious, seeing that enormous creature lumbering towards them and still playing over and over in their minds. He kind of calls out to each of their commanders, the people who would normally have been leading them, and instructs them to ensure they all have the rest of the day at least to go and do whatever they want to go and relax and rest. You see these soldiers all, as they filter off to leave and head home, stop by you, and they all kind of go by and shake your hands and tip hats. Even those of them that still have shaking hands kind of still for a moment as they come by each of you.
My lady.
As they shake Markos's hand, if any of them are slightly injured, he'll just sink a little cure wounds into them.
Hemlock's gonna do the same.
They absolutely do.
I think I've got 3 or 4 spell slots left, so.
Perfect.
Yeah, I've got most of my first and second levels. I will happily sink those into some healing.
Perfect.
Yeah, 3 first level.
I haven't got a special handshake that would help. Sorry.
Yeah, me neither. Sorry.
As you guys complete some of these healing.
At least make yours like sparkly. I can't do anything.
Yeah, but if I do that, that'll hurt them. They just get healed, and I'm like,
Yeah,
bah! Oh shit, sorry.
For simplicity's sake, we have, as you'll see, we are missing wonderful Alex and Simon. Alex requests, Ashura requests of Victus. His mind is racing too fast, and he wishes to be productive, but take some time for himself, and wishes to broach whatever libraries of arcane study exist within Stiltfork. This is not the primary place of arcane study. The university lies in Grey Landing, but there is still plenty of knowledge to be held here, and Ashura requests access to it. And he bids all of you a good day and kind of finger guns, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, I hope that date goes well tonight.
Me too. And he vanishes.
What is a very strange voice? I've not heard it.
He was being,
mine.
you know, he was doing an offensive imitation of the locals. And Ashura vanishes out of the scene.
I can't just make Ashura racist while he's not.
I can.
The moment he leaves, he's like, he's a fucking racist now.
It's racist, it's volmophobic.
Ruby, a familiar figure kind of comes by a few minutes, like 10, 15, 20 minutes later after you guys have like come out and like water's being passed around to rest for a minute. A cropped-haired woman that you recognize as the barmaid from the Velvet Pouch, the tavern that you stayed in the previous night, that Ruby seems to have a small moment of business with, comes by again. They exchange a few brief words, and Ruby doesn't say a word to you, but approaches the group and kind of goes to almost lift his mask. Shrugs. There's a very big wave, like mid-low bow, big wave, and then skips away, and vanishes off with this figure who doesn't, like, the woman just kind of walks very calmly, but Ruby obviously puts on the beautiful display that we have come to expect, and vanishes from the scene. And the four of you, the remaining Soulguard, are left to your own devices for a day of whatever you would like to do in Stiltfork, with a blank check as to your relaxation.
I think the first thing Nute does is just looks at this crest that we've been given, and immediately is just like, I really wish we'd waited until after the fight to go to the blacksmith.
I know, right? Damn.
We did not, how did we know? There was not...
I mean, yeah, I don't know, but still.
It's fine.
Hindsight's
He deserves the
20/20, I
money.
guess.
He's working hard, you know.
There's on the back of the crest it says, "Let whoever holds this crest have access to services, not necessarily valuable goods."
Oh, never mind. I've read the back now. It's all good.
You gotta get the small print. That's how they
The
get
small print, yeah.
Yeah.
Can we maybe go to that bathhouse now?
Sounds
Yeah,
like a
that's
good
what I
idea.
was thinking. It seems like a really good idea right now.
You definitely look like you need a rest.
I really do. I want to
Yeah.
try out this
You really
thing.
do.
This thing that I bought. And I'll like get the, what was it? Was it like a bath bomb? That was,
Yes,
I got?
Bath salts, yeah.
There is a bath bomb that gives you greater restoration.
I pull it out of my pocket. It's probably in like its little bag. It's all sort of slightly crushed and broken now.
We went to Volm and Lush earlier. And got a bath bomb.
Oh my god,
You absolutely
we fucking did. We went to Volm and Lush.
You- Easy enough, you guys. So it's about like 1 p.m. or so. You guys spent the earlier morning kind of walking around town, touring a little bit, shopping a little bit. So as you guys take a moment to get some food on the way, make sure you're plenty hydrated because it was a big day, but make your way eventually to the nest, set within the castle district. So kind of within the outer walls of the castle, into a building that looks like it maybe once was. Either an elaborate stables or some other kind of element of an old grandiose castle, now has a beautifully kind of gold gilded door and a sign that hangs out the front. It has no words on it, but is like a beautiful like minimalist golden nest. And as you progress inwards, you find it.
It just made me think of the Olympic Stadium from like a few years ago.
Yeah,
You know, the
kinda,
one
yeah.
that's like a big like metal nest.
Yeah.
That's all I thought of when you said that.
That's actually pretty close. As you find your way in, however, it immediately just you get wafted with humidity and very like strong floral scents that just about make it through Hemlock's kind of pervasive aroma of her own. Which is still a nice. That sounds like she stinks. Hemlock smells like beautiful.
They blend.
Yeah,
It smells
yeah,
like mushroom soup.
yeah. Like really nice mushroom soup.
Hemlock's
right
the way I put this is Hemlock smells
Flavorful.
like the good. This Hemlock smells like the good kind of death, like
Oh, like
rot,
a
rot,
compost
like
bin.
Like
rotting
sweet rot.
sweet rot,
Hmm.
boss.
Like a rotting strawberry.
I'll take your word for it. Within
when you go into a forest and it's autumn and you can like smell and like the
Yes,
mulch
yeah.
and the leaves and
Yeah.
stuff.
Like wet foliage. smell.
Yeah.
Well, it blends wonderfully with the intense, like, slightly smoky, incensey kind of smells coming from within. And it's dim in here. It is lit by, like, standing brass sconces that kind of reach up out of the very smooth, polished, dark grey stone floor. And as you find your way in, the arrangement within this place is this very wide open space. The kind of reception area leads straight up to an actual nest. Like an actual big, about 7 foot wide nest. Around it, beautiful column pillars reach up to a vaulted ceiling, and behind you can see and hear the running water, and you can smell steam and wonderful aromas coming from within. And sitting in this nest is this massive, 8 foot tall at the shoulder, wreathed in brown mottled white and black feathers, which then leads to dark brown fur and massive, long, clawed paws. And a large owl-like face is a massive owl bear. Just sat, kind of like leant on one arm.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, hi! Welcome to the nest. How can you... And he like, leans forward and just begins speaking.
Oh, I love him.
I'm Awaki. Welcome to the nest. Come on in. You guys look like you've been through hell.
God.
Say his name.
Awaki. I'll put it in.
Put it in the chat.
I'll put it in the chat.
He's a
Spell it right fucking now.
Oh my god.
He's an awakened owlbear.
I love him so
It's
much.
so cute. I love it. I want to cry.
He like leans forward and even is like,
Someone awakened an and he chose to start a bathhouse in Volm. That was my
so fucking good. This might be some of the best work. Like, Andrew, you're an amazing world builder. You're a wonderful DM. I think this might be the best thing you've ever created.
sometimes you need to make your players throw up with your visceral descriptions of undeath, and sometimes you need an owlbear masseuse. Like,
I love him.
like, you know, you gotta imagine that an owl bear has a bunch of different traits from owls and a bunch of different traits from bears. And bears love taking baths.
they do.
They do.
They do.
You seen what bears do in places where there's naturally hot springs?
Mm-hmm. Have the best time ever.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what you guys are fucking in for. There are like a number of attendants. There are people. There are halflings and humans and half-elves and the rest. Some of whom are enjoying a day. The ones that you do see that seem to be in the baths seem to be completely asleep. You're aware that in the previous couple hours or so, the town was thrown into somewhat chaos as a warning was put out and people went running away from the market district. These people, by the look of them, either don't give a shit or don't know, and have just been here the whole time. The people who are attending them just seem focused on their task at hand, whatever their reason for their calmness. And they're carrying jugs of hot water full of petals of flowers. People are carrying candles to refill the various there are nooks in each in alcoves in the walls which just seem to be pouring wax out of them, which just radiates beautiful smells of old leather and wood. And it's people have got candles that smell like old books that are just pouring this scent forth across this space. It's all completely open. There are no separate different areas and stuff. It's all this one big set of pools, one hot, one cold, and just beautiful lounging areas. And it appears that there are a combination of things on offer for you. And Aoki kind of leans out of this massive nest and places a padded paw on the ground. And even though he's friendly and his like eagle owl markings are beautiful, and you see he's like wearing a beautiful like necklace of like kind of shiny dark stone with like gold links between them. When he puts a paw on the ground, like his hand is bigger than your torso. Each claw is like the length of your forearm, and part of you can't help but juxtapose all of your knowledge of owlbears being these terrifying territorial predators. That
And I'm a gnome, so like
you could hide under his
whole body.
But he very calmly shows you around and explains the various things on offer. There are standard baths. You can just remove your clothes. Your clothes can be washed. You can enjoy cold, warm baths. There are smaller baths, like often like a slight side section. For like, there's like big swimming pool size one, and then there's like smaller like hot tubs for smaller groups. Should you want something more to yourself. There is also the various therapies on offer. They stock a number of things that Dylan makes from across the district, including selling the various bath bombs and things. You can also include things like mental therapies. There are a number of enchanters there who, under strict license, can provide things like using things like detect thoughts to delve through your mind and find what would be the most calming and induce illusions within your own mind of wherever you would like to be and whatever you would like to feel.
Hey,
So-
here, can we end the campaign here? Like,
It's Albert.
I don't want to leave.
Someone gave him intelligence, and he started
Human bond now.
He's in a fucking therapy center.
I'm gonna get Kaiser in here.
He started
Work through all of this
spa
long-standing trauma
therapy.
between her and the Bloodborne.
God.
You know, that feeling of betrayal. We've got to explore that.
Just get her a nice
You know
nice
what?
massage.
It's
Like-
gonna be so
Re-
heartbreaking when we find
reason
out that this
say-
Albert is one of the lieutenants of the BBEG.
Don't you even fucking put in his head. If anything happens to if anything happens to Awaki now, I'm
So
losing it.
So, I mean, you guys are aware things like detect thoughts can like read your surface thoughts or delve deeper for specific things, and things like phantasmal force can project an illusion that you feel is real within the space around you. And so, if you guys would like, those are on offer for you.
Phantasmal Force is AR.
Phantasmal force is just AR.
It's
Yeah.
magic,
Yeah.
augmented reality.
Little headset.
And if it's a 10-foot space, so if the 10-foot space around you is what looks like a bigger space,
It's a
Where-
4-dimension. It's like when you go see a 4D movie.
it
and
hooks you in the back and sprays water at you.
yeah.
But yeah, is there anything else you would like in particular to do, to rest, to talk about while you guys are relaxing in the space and your clothes are being cleaned?
I'll
I
definitely
reckon
use that
we
bath
should
bomb.
be. Yeah, we should be 4 bros chilling in a hot tub.
Right on. You are.
Definitely not 5 feet apart because we're all gay.
True.
You guys are taken to one of like the side more private pools. Would you guys like anything to eat?
Oh God.
I'm good. Like,
I don't think Markos could really face food.
Yeah,
Seeing
honestly.
all of
That's
those
fair.
that gore and zombie bits, and threat of death.
threat of death.
And we did just have breakfast. Like, we
Yeah.
had breakfast fairly recently.
Yeah.
Nute's actually gonna hop into the swimming pool part that you mentioned, and just
Right
like
on.
vibe in there, have a chill few laps back and forth.
Perfect.
When
Oh,
we're
yeah.
getting into the tub, Hemlock gets her shirt stuck on her new antlers because she forgets
Yeah.
that they're there.
Maple will be like, I don't worry, I know, okay. Maple's gonna help. She's like, yeah, no, I get it. It's...
Just get mending,
Hemlock.
and every time rip your clothes down the front and
Maybe-
just
Like, shit.
Make a perception check, Hemlock.
Okay.
I would go with house mending. If Marigold was here, she could help.
disadvantage still? Is this before or... Oh no, even if it is,
I'm
it
gonna
only gets rid of
say-
one. It only gets rid of one level of exhaustion, and I have 2, so it would be with disadvantage anyway.
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Just
It's not a
roll down
great.
their dice.
It's not a great roll anyway.
And Maple make an insight check for me.
20.
Oh, okay.
Dirty 20.
20, okay. And Maple?
Insight.
Mhm.
Ooh, I have proficiency. I didn't know I was proficient in insight. Oh shit, that's 26.
26. All right. Hemlock, as you're like walking around and stuff, you feel tired mostly.
Yeah.
That is the dominating thing. But as you take off your clothes, when you take off and put on clothes, you go through a set of physical motions that is kind of unique to that procedure,
Yeah.
right? Of like, taking off like your shirt and taking off your pants and stuff. You notice, and Maple, Hemlock, you notice, wrapping around your entire body is a layer of mycelium. In some places, it's very, very thin. It's basically just on your skin. In some places, there are like physical, almost like tendrils around you. Maple, you notice, as Hemlock goes to remove her undergarments, she puts her full weight on her skinny leg.
Oh shit. Ooh. Interesting.
And there's no wince of pain or discomfort.
Okay. I'm gonna keep that to myself for now. Because I've been wanting to have a chat with Hemlock about stuff anyway, so I'll bring that up later.
More importantly, as you guys are like settling in, Aoki kind of like lumbers over. Well, hope you guys have a nice time and just settle in just fine here. I've just got one question for each of you. Mr. Astreva, what scent is the most comforting for you? Baked bread, freshly mown grass. What's home for you?
The smell of the sea and a warm fire in the hearth.
All right, and he like reaches back and like pulls from within, like behind some feathers, a small stone obelisk, which in his massive hand looks like a toothpick. And he kind of like lets go of it, and it just hovers in the air. It's about as long as this or so, about on like flat on three sides, slightly pointed at the ends, and it just kind of floats and rotates and hovers at the side of the tub, and a small little of blue light illuminates a number of glyphs and spiraling scripture around it, and you smell the sea.
It's a Fantasy Glade plugin.
Fantasy Glade, but only you smell it.
It's like making a customized perfume for yourself.
Pretty much. It's essentially casting minor illusion focused around your head to be that.
This is really nice.
And it's kind of like hovers by the side of the tub. You can just tell it to change if you'd like, or just place it on the ground and it'll deactivate if you want to smell the rest of what's going on. Lady Oakheart, is there anything in particular that you would like?
I would say the forest in spring, and specifically marigold flowers, if possible.
Ooh, nice touch. You like
Yay.
boops it, and as the blue light's like flushing over it, a small yellow kind of splash of color goes around it, and it begins to hover at the side of the tub, and you get that waft of smell around you. You're pretty, not in a negative connotation, but fairly pungent yourself, Lady Ti'rel. Is there anything that you'd like, or are you content as you are?
If you can, perhaps a fruit trees in bloom.
Sure, I can try. And he like pulls out another one, and it starts spinning around. And you get kind of both.
Yeah.
Actually, make a wisdom check for me.
Disadvantage or?
Yes. Sleepy girl.
Is this smell?
It is. She's backing up with Alba.
Wisdom check. It's a 9.
A 9. Some of the spores around you that you can begin to control better than you used to. kind of lessen the scent slightly around you, but you get kind of a combination of both. You can smell those fruit trees, but the scents of fungus are still kind of present around you.
Got it.
I'll just leave this one here if I didn't catch his second name. The fourth gentleman with you would like to kind of like places another one of these little obelisks stuff like on the side of the tub. Well, if there's anything you need, just let me know. I think I'm like.
He's so
Pats
sweet.
away.
I love him.
You look back and see Newt just fucking ran up the wall and dived back into the pool.
That's not how he still
Of course
has
he
some
did.
energy after that.
Just as some insight, Newt did not get hit in that last fight at all.
No. Nute is completely
Mental
fine.
energy.
Bro's doing alright.
Meanwhile, I went unconscious and now I'm only on 67 hit points.
Most of Newt that fight was just being like,
After like 3 heals.
Nute was just like a turret on the back of a spaceship, just pew 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 pew.
yeah, it's great. I don't even have to worry about
Really?
anything coming near me. I'm like, no, I'm just gonna stay 30 feet away. Just
It's like alternating radiant punches, like.
And then occasionally a seismic charge goes. So, is there anything you guys would like to do in particular while you just rest here? Are you content to have this rest, dry off, and move on? Is there anything you guys like to chat about while you're in the tubs? This is you guys resting. What do you want to do?
I have a question.
I have an answer.
Obviously they gave us our weapons back before we went into the fight. Have they now been removed from us again, or?
They have not.
Okay. I was just wondering, because like it would be fine if they had, but just while we're here, I actually want to do something I've not done in a long time, which is consult my bow and see what the heck is going on the side of that fortune-telling ass bitch.
Make a heckin' insight check.
fortune telling as a bitch. Imagine if after we just fought with them and say, if they say like, actually no, we still need to take your weapons back because we don't trust you.
So
I'd be like,
rude.
bitch, excuse me.
You're gonna give us like a discount amulet, but you're not gonna let us keep our weapons. Oh shit, I rolled a nat 20, so 29.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
fuck yeah.
As you're looking at it, there's a very familiar pattern from the center of the bow, and it tells its tale of where it came from and the previous wielder and the story of how it ended up in your hands and what you've gone through. But as you're like focusing on it, the whole pattern begins to shift. Not just toward the end of the limbs where it begins to portend the future. The whole thing begins to just ripple. The actual content is kind of stays the same, but the surface like ripples.
Ooh.
And you just hear a voice enter your mind. It is nearly time we met.
Her!
Oh,
It's her!
oh.
Oh no!
The Oracle is calling.
No!
So like, I'm normally just like sat there looking at it or whatever, and I'm gonna be like, oh, that's not happened before.
You see something interesting?
Everything okay?
No, nothing particularly interesting that I can see. However, I heard a voice, which hasn't happened before.
Oh god, we've already had the thing with weapons and with voices and weapons. I don't want to do that again.
However, I think this was, that person who made this, and we've spoken with before.
Oh no.
She said it is nearly time that we meet. So I don't know if that means she's coming to us or she's asking us to go to her, but
I remember, a long time ago now when we went to see. No, even before that, I spoke to the babbling sage and asked who was on the other end of the coin, and she said the Opal Oracle. She gave me a chip of wood, which is from a tree in a place called the Dragonstone Forest. It's right in the northwest of Volm, northwest of Grey Landing.
Huh. Okay. I assume that means that that's where she is, right? And if you
Maybe.
have that chip, can you do like a transport via plants?
I can't do it through the chip. It needs to be, and we need to be able to move through the thing.
Maybe it's a scrying thing.
I don't. I mean, as far as I'm aware, it's just a chip of wood. I don't think it's particularly magical. Not really tried anything with it. It's just sort of been sat in my pocket for a while.
So has that coin, I believe.
The coin is in the bag, actually.
Oh yeah, I've not spoken to the coin since before Nute got his memories back, and the last time I spoke to that coin, I may have been a little bit rude. So.
Yeah, I'm unsurprised. She's not actually spoken to me before, which is interesting, because if she could have done that this whole time, why did she not do it till now?
If she
had no reason.
If she couldn't have done it this whole time, why is she able to now?
Yeah.
What's changed?
Because the whole thing with this bow is that she made it for a previous gnome, but that gnome had to, like, sacrifice her own eye to get it. She was, like, an incredible archer. She was super cool, and she's dead now, unfortunately, because she used to be an adventurer. Yeah, weird. Okay. Don't know what that means. Slightly concerned. I've had a lot of things in my brain recently. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
Let's just hope that this opal oracle does not come for your eyes. You need those.
I do need those. Very much using them. I don't
I've
think
noticed
she
you've
will.
not been quite as perceptive recently. Perhaps it's already starting.
Oh no, that's because you know, the
stacks.
hammer. Yeah,
It's
like
hammer, sorry.
I don't know if I've ever told you guys. It it looks like there's ravens just flying around constantly. It's very distracting. I want to try and like sit with the axe for a bit before bed or something, because when it like changed from an axe into a hammer, I like had a dream about it, and I saw the guy that it used to belong to, and we had like a chat or whatever. Well, it was very brief, but yeah. I kind of want to see if I can do that again, because I don't know. I feel weird using it and not knowing really much about that guy. I mean, I know we have the scroll with the whole story on it, but like, you know, hearing it from a scroll versus the person. Also, like, he might know some shit about liches, maybe. I don't know. He seemed like a seasoned guy.
Motherfucker's covered in salt and pepper.
He's mostly salt now.
Got some of that cayenne. He's spicy.
Spicy.
Spicy boy.
I think we're talking like salt and pepper, like, you know.
Yeah, I don't know what cayenne means. That's
Cayenne would just be if you were like
know.
ginger
Yes.
and you had like red in your beard.
Trying to like white people and salt and pepper is our only seasoning, but like, come on, guys.
His hair is the same color as garlic powder. Celery salt all over this shit.
It's like an ashy blonde. It's nice. Yeah,
So maybe we'll make something hanging out with the bow.
I'm hanging.
Anybody else got any things you would like to do, request, or chat about while you're in this bathhouse and relaxing?
If the bath that we're in is large enough, Markos would like to float centrally,
Absolutely.
starfish, and just float.
You're taking up most of the middle space. You're projecting some hairy nuts at someone. If you choose to be fully new, that's entirely your choice.
If it's like a big public bath, it'll probably just like
Undergarments.
just like boxer shorts.
Sure.
I'm gonna just sit and vibe and try and get used to the weight of the antlers and how it's different from the like hat.
Yeah, you'll have trouble with doorways, unfortunately.
Yeah. So hey, what happened? Like,
Oh,
Well, you looked like you were doing something, and then you got really big, and
Okay.
then
Yeah,
you
like
fell over.
really big.
I remember being, being in the fight and seeing the big old pit fiend thing. And then when we were like fighting it near the beginning, I tried to cast the spell on it and it didn't work. But there was like a feeling, like when you push on a door, but the door is like stuck in the door jamb, and like you can get it open if you push hard, but it's just a little bit stuck. It was like that. Like I was pushing on a door that was stuck. And I remember pushing on the door, and it was like, it's like I wasn't in the train tunnel anymore, just for a bit. And I saw that woman again. You know, the woman that I talked about when we were in the Gordark? She was there again.
The
She
big
looked-
mushroom lady.
Yeah, she was there. She looked really ill. Like, she was lying on, like, this sofa, and she looked really ill, and she told me to become...
Sorry, I just had like a player realization to myself. Ignore me.
She told me that I needed to become... She said, "Are you ready to become what I need you to be?" And I said, "I'm ready to be what my friends need me to be, because, And then she said, "That's good enough." And then she had antlers on, like these, and she like took them off and gave them to me, and I put them on, and then I don't really remember much after that. It's like everything's blurry, and then I remember sort of waking up on the train tracks.
Yeah, so from our perspective, it's like Markos said, you got like really, really tall, and intense for a sec, and then you like collapsed, and now you have the antlers and stuff.
This wasn't like when Nute gets bigger, right? When Nute gets bigger,
No,
he's
it
just
was
like
like-
himself, but a bit larger.
It was like really big, and
You-
you
you,
looked
like,
very
grew
different. Yeah.
these mushroom tendril antlers, and you were covered in like lichen and moss and other bits of fungus. I mean, even more so than usual. It was
Yeah.
kind of terrifying, actually.
It looked
I-
like someone had made a statue out of mushrooms, as
Oh.
opposed to a person
A
covered in
very,
mushrooms.
very, very strong statue that
Right.
could like kick your ass.
Okay. Yeah, I remember like being blurry and not hearing, like I was looking through like a tank of water or something, but
Huh.
and I could see like there was something big, which I'm assuming was the demon thingy, and I could see all the lights and stuff, but it was just like that, and then it was gone, and then I was on the floor.
Huh.
You were tired already. I don't doubt
Yeah,
growing to that size just tired you out even more.
yeah. It's weird. I've never.
Strange, though.
Yeah.
What did this lady you speak of like? Do you think she's still alive? Do you think you could get in touch? Like,
I
ask
don't-
what happened?
I don't know. She looks really ill, like really ill and tired, like she was close to dying. And when she took this off and she gave it to me, I don't know if she's still alive and weak or if she's dead. I don't know. I think that she's the woman who my dad talked about coming to me when I was ill as a baby. When I was like 5 or 6, I got sick, really sick, and no one could do anything about it. And I asked my dad, and it was like he couldn't remember, like something had blocked his memory. So I cleared it a bit, and he said that he remembered this woman coming to me as a baby and like going into my room and then coming out, and then I was better. And I think it was her. And then I think it was the same woman that we saw in the Gordark, and now I've seen her here, and now this has happened, and whatever that was happened.
Yeah, like Marigold was talking about her almost being your like druid patron, I guess.
Like a spirit guide, I think was what Marigold said. 'Cause she
Yeah.
talked about she went into like the Feywild, and there was like a
Yeah,
Fey
she
creature
had.
that guided her.
Yeah. So I guess it's maybe a similar thing.
Like a mentor figure? Like a mushroom mentor?
Maybe.
Fungus mentor.
Yeah.
Teaching a ment spore. Ha!
There you go. Got there in the end.
Ashura is not here, so I have to, you know.
But,
As you're
yeah.
just discussing this, you can see Aoki kind of like not patrolling, like ambles around the various customers and making sure that everyone's fine. Like there are attendants doing that, but
He's that like customer service manager. He's like, is everything okay for you?
Yeah, even though like an attendant has already asked you if your meal's fine, the manager comes and is like, "Hey, you good?" As he comes around, however, he like a massive paw lands on the side of your tub, and he like slips slightly on the wetness, and as he like, oh dear, I'm so sorry, so slippy in here. Whoops, so clumsy, and he like ambles off, and you see kind of like slightly crushed, where like he like flunked into the side is another one of those bath bombs, just like on the side of the tub.
Oh, he's sweet.
And he like ambles off like, I'm so clumsy. Oh dear.
Oh, it's so cute.
I love him.
Put it in the bath.
It means like bubble and like it's with these bath bombs when like as you guys are chatting, the bubbles that kind of like fizz up around them just kind of cling to whoever's nearest. So as Hemlock like pops this one in alongside with the one that she put in earlier, like the bubbles like just kind of hover around Hemlock, in particular.
Yeah.
First you get private incense burners, then private bath bombs.
Damn. They're very good at making a public space
this
also
owl
have
bear.
privacy.
I love him.
It's a little customized experience. He's so nice.
Yeah.
Also, just say, I don't want to like interrupt beforehand, but I was going to say Nute probably came back around the time all of that discussion happened, just so I'm not like the only one who is out and then like, what's going on here?
Yeah. So yeah,
Done doing laps.
that happened, I guess.
Huh.
Very quick
This
question.
much stuff.
Very quick question. As you guys are talking,
Yes.
Nute, do you use the smell stick?
Nute does not use a smell stick.
Cool. All right. Carry on.
He's got his comfort smell already.
Oh,
Yo.
that took me a second. Oh, that's very cute.
Yeah, carry on.
Just because you're the only single one in the party now, David.
So yeah.
Markos just needs to go back and like flirt with Jed.
Markos
feel
and
like they would
Ashura
be
sitting in a tree. K-I-S.
What about that soldier that we
couple.
What about the soldier that we met on Naratos? The Adigani soldier that we met on Naratos.
Soldier that we met in Morio.
Yeah,
Mythansel.
Mario.
Mythansel.
Mythansel, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
There's the one that we met in
Got them in
Morio.
Oh,
as
the one that we
well.
met. Oh yeah. What was his name? Taran. It was Taran. The one that we met
Taran,
in Morio.
yeah.
He's flirted with so many soldiers.
Soldier boy, tell him.
It just meets. It's a line away. It's a conversation opener. He
Rowan.
understands their life.
Marla Pinnell is going to be so jealous.
Captain Pinnell.
Whatever you say.
Oh, we need to find Markos and Ashura, like, people. We need to set them up. Everyone needs to be in a couple.
We need
No,
to
I'm
get everyone in a couple by Ivanti and Valentine's Day.
Look, Maple Hemlock, I appreciate the concern for my love life, but I'll have you know, the Astreva family is plenty good at building ships.
Hey.
That was a bad joke, but I'm too tired to see.
What was that for, Andrew?
I love that.
Nothing.
Rolling to see how good the streamers are at building ships.
Pretty good.
Yeah, they are pretty good.
Yeah.
So, I might need to pay a visit to a library or something. I don't know. This is weird. Oh, one of the people, Edgar, after I woke up, he looked like he knew. Like it's hard, there was a look in his eyes as I woke up.
He did seem pretty smart, and he is a cleric, so...
Yeah, maybe he has some insight.
And we have established that your mushroom lady is probably a demon.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to think about that right now.
That Edgar guy always had a look in his eyes.
Most people do. That's
but
how
it was
I
like
work.
it was like a specific look, like a look that meant something.
Pretty much every look he has seems like that.
I know. Just
To be
you
fair,
know
He's a
what
very
I'm trying
intense
to
guy.
say.
he know some stuff. You could always ask him when we go to the
Yeah.
palace tomorrow.
We're going to the palace tomorrow. I need to get my staff, my proper one, back from the blacksmiths this afternoon.
Oh yeah, that's true. Can't forget about that. I assume we're going back to the Velvet Pocket to sleep
Yeah.
at some point.
The
The Velvet Pocket is such a fun name for a tavern.
is there anything else we need to do? Like,
I mean, Ashura had
you-
that date at the club, right?
yeah.
I don't know if we wanted to also go to the club. It seemed like a fun place.
I think I need to speak to someone at least, because we do have Adigani cavalry literally on the way.
The
Oh,
the Beast Corps. Maybe
Yeah.
tell them to hold
Tell
off a bit.
someone about that.
I have no way of contacting them.
Wait, don't. Oh wait, yeah, the stone is for Jed.
Oh.
Wait, can't you just send a message to Jed and just kind of do it?
I have already used it today.
Oh.
Or,
Yeah.
I used it first thing this
okay.
morning,
yeah.
before the fight. I used
Well,
it
if we
to check in
maybe
and
if
say
we can
about meeting the
if-
counselor.
if we can find those guards that were like hanging out with us earlier, maybe we can let them know, or like a guard who can go back and
As a
tell
reminder,
someone.
you guys have already let the Volmans know that you have people on the way.
No,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
The Volmans are
Okay.
expecting
Good.
Nice.
Okay,
Okay,
cool.
a bunch of
fine.
face
Sorry,
by the
that's-
cavalry to roll up at some point.
That's just
Cool.
David Brain then.
All Gucci.
Nice.
And when they do, that's when we attack the town. The fools, they'll never expect it.
Lured them into a false sense of security.
By
You feed-
protecting their town.
We stopped the zombies so we could have it ourselves.
No. I don't want to take over this town. Everyone here seems really nice.
No, they do. Yeah, maybe take a day and go to the club in the evening if we like.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but after this bath, I'm going and getting some more of that shawarma.
Maybe. I didn't have any. I only had a little bit because I was a cat.
Ah,
So
true.
I might come and join you on food.
I
Alrighty.
just enjoy the smells. It's fine.
In that case, if there's nothing else you guys wish to do while chilling out in the bathhouses, it's easy enough to spend this time, relax, soak, clean. Your clothes are magically dried and they smell lovely, and you get all dressed. And it's the first time in a good handful of days that you're wearing clean clothes,
Nice.
and it's kind of like that fresh bed sheet
Getting
feeling
some-
of lovely, fresh, nice smelling clothing.
We've been like
Even
crawling
some
through
smelly
sewers
witches.
and
Yeah.
underground train
Industrial
tunnels.
pipes, yeah.
Yeah.
Getting fried in industrial pipes.
To be fair, Mabel's probably the cleanest of all of us.
I don't know. Maybe in some ways. I'd like to just be grateful I didn't deal that damage to your clothing, because that would have
This is-
destroyed all of your clothing.
naked for
I-
days.
Naked barbarian just like running.
like you take 50 points of lightning damage and all of your clothes disintegrate.
Naked corpse barbarian just makes me think
The
of
tits
like
can no longer be calm.
how the start of everyone's first Dark Souls playthrough goes.
Naked
much,
corpse barbarian sounds like the name of a death metal band.
It does.
Also
and
valid.
I would definitely listen to that.
It would also bring Maple one step closer to just being Hulled.
Yeah.
It's true. So, as you guys make your way around the town to kind of grab some food in the evening and relax and so on and so forth, are you guys just heading to this club to have some drinks? You were asked to be at the castle at dawn. So I don't know what level of late night you guys are going out for. It's entirely up to you. But just let me know what your intentions are, and we shall see where we go from there.
I'd like to go and pick up my staff
You
from
have one
the
fucking
thing.
scythe.
Yeah, bitch!
Fuck yeah.
I got a scythe now. Hell yeah. I've already paid for that, right?
You have, yeah.
Yes.
Gonna change the name on my character sheet.
Hell yeah. Any other last? You guys can find the guy that was selling shawarma stuff. He's not in the main center of town anymore. He did have like a built-up stone oven that he was cooking things in. He does seem to have like a cart kind of nearby. They're still diverting civilians around the outside of it. You can see there is a large amount of mages and carts with paper and scrolls and component pouches like piled high, fueling a very, very strong effort to close this tunnel for good.
Yeah.
Return
These
it,
guys
like,
fueling the mages.
fueling those mages because
Casting magic makes you hungry for shawarma.
That's true.
exactly. And this guy and a bunch of others, like loads and loads of other folks, have come out and have like set up like temporary carts on the outskirts of this, and both civilians returning to their homes in the center of town, and these mages and soldiers are all enjoying having the fresh food there.
It's the fact that I watched the first Avengers movie recently, and literally at the end of the fight with all the aliens in New York, Iron Man is like, let's go get some shawarma. It's all that's about.
Oh,
God damn it.
this is good though.
Ashley Johnson's in the corner somewhere being like, oh.
America saved me, he's amazing.
You guys also get that kind of, traveling around the town around these people, you get that same feeling you had directly after leaving the tunnel has spread throughout the town in equal measure. There is triumph and elation that this threat was averted. That the soul, and that you hear whispers like, "Oh, the Soulguard had fought alongside." Oh, wow, crazy. And that seems like all positive, but there is a lot of like whispers like, "Oh, so what's next? If this massive thing came, is that it? Is that the fight over? Probably not." And so there's a lot of unease and uncertainty. That kind of puts an edge of anxiety in the atmosphere. Nute, is there anything else that you in particular wanted to do before heading around for the evening, or is everyone Gucci?
I'm good. I think we're just generally sort of going around and vibing.
Cool, perfect.
Gucci.
In that case, as
Roll a
you
vibe
guys roll a vibe check. Do you guys want to roll to carouse? Do you guys just want to like go to the club, experience it for a bit, and then go to bed?
Literally can't carouse anymore because I can't get drunk.
No, mate.
No, it
you
doesn't
can
mean you can't
carouse.
carouse.
Of course you can carouse.
Carouse, just so you remember what happens.
Carousing
Yeah.
is just going out for a fucking bender, not necessarily getting completely drunk.
I know, but I feel like I feel like if you carouse and you don't have the excuse of being drunk,
You're still an idiot.
just being
But that's entirely
insane.
your fault.
Yeah.
To be fair,
You completely have that option should you wish to have it.
Maple does have 10 intelligence, so
We haven't caroused in a bit.
it has been a minute.
I don't know if Markos has the energy to carouse.
I will say, Nute
Yeah, I
won't
don't know.
carouse and probably just head back to the inn.
I was gonna say I don't know if I will, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. To add on top of that,
I think it goes,
For carousing, man.
we go to
Yeah.
the club, check it out, maybe crash Ashura's date a bit, but
Yeah.
that's
As you check out the oubliette, it is this like cylindrical dungeon that descends into like the middle of the gardens of the castle.
So,
Yes.
what kind of club is this?
The kind where it costs 30 gold for them to raise the portcullis every time. But as you descend down into it, it is dead silent. There's like the bustling sound of like the people in the queue going down into it, of like just,
Island
like
disco.
feet on steps and stuff. But the second you get down the bottom of these like stone spiral steps, there is this kind of archway with like a red velvet curtain. There is a pair of bouncers essentially out like standing outside, and as each person comes through and shows a little ticket they bought at the door, these bouncers let them through. And the second you go through, you find yourself in like, this long, maybe 200-foot, 80-foot wide, like semi-circular vaulted ceiling tunnel. There are like offshoots which go into what would have been the cells of this dungeon, and it is black, completely dark, and then flashing light shows around the place, and you see just people within, and you are hit with a wall of what sounds like a really slow, deep, like bass string note, like held on a double bass. But then, like, it kind of like begins to like skip, and the tone begins to like modulate and change, and then it just hits with a wall of sound of an orchestra of instruments, of brass and drums, with a whole massive bucket of illusion magic to change the sound into what is essentially fantasy EDM, blasting through this underground rave club.
I'm imagining Fantasy Warehouse Project as well.
It's exactly what it is. It is Fantasy Warehouse Project in Manchester. It is
Manchester, UK, for those who don't know, has a thing called the Warehouse Project. It's in old like train like storage places. It's real cool. Not advertising.
But essentially the lights, the sparkles that descend down around the crowd, the people like dancing, throwing and catching dancing lights and throwing them around the place. It just centers around this stage that rises about 10 feet from the crowd, where there is this like 6-piece band, 4 of them playing instruments, 2 of them who just have like a wand in each hand, just going like spinning them like glow sticks, wielding these illusions and stuff.
Amazing.
Imagine that job title. You're like, yes, I am a music illusionist.
Yeah.
For this band or whatever.
I'm a club illusionist. Yeah.
Performance illusionist, yeah.
It takes you a good few minutes to find Ashura, just pushing through this filled club, people spilling drinks, people dancing and singing and all that kind of stuff. Until eventually,
purple bald head.
Until eventually you, like, over the throng, see about 20 shining bald heads, all dancing in perfect unison.
Are they in a 10-foot cube?
They seem to be in a roughly cube-shaped area, yeah. As a familiar use of major illusion seems to be emanating from your drow friend.
I think we shouldn't approach, leave him to his date, but we can watch from afar and...
Yeah, does there appear to be someone trapped within this 10-foot cube of Ashuras?
Make a perception check.
There's just
Okay.
a Dylan
With disadvantage, because
real.
blaring noise and dark as fuck.
Aw.
With
Dylan's so
disadvantage because of all of the Assuras.
Okay, so I got a 12 and a 9, so I'll take the 9, so that is 24.
24. There is not.
22.
But as you 22, there is not. But as you glance around, leaning up against a wall, talking to a familiar human who is now dressed up in like what almost looks like a kind of a summer dress, is Dylan. Still mask presenting, but just in a summer dress.
Nice.
They like you're surprised by how dense their calves are. But they and Ashura seem to be like leaning up against like the brick wall, and you see like Ashura like messing with stuff. And as you like inspect the crowd of 20 Ashuras, you can see there are other dancers confused as fuck, and they seem to be laughing at playing with these people within this cube of Ashuras.
That's quite cute, actually.
Just 2 bros fucking with people in the club together.
Pretty much. That is pretty much the vibe.
Love it.
Adorable.
I will, without making it known that it's me, I will get them a round of drinks from the bar.
1 drink per 20 illusory Ashuras.
I'm not buying a drink for each illusionary Ashura.
Perfect. You send a round of drinks their way. They seem kind of confused, but except that Ashura just assumes that someone found him hot and has tried to hit on him and kind of laughs about it for a bit.
Of course he does.
I mean,
it's bullshit.
Might not be the first drink someone's bought in sight.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Fair.
As you guys,
Ashura do be.
yeah, as you,
that shiny purple dome.
but eventually you guys make your way out
Alex,
of.
we're sorry.
You make your way out of the oubliette and back to the Velvet Pocket for a much calmer, quieter. Like your eardrums thank you slightly for like the like coming to like early evening walk, which gets dark quite quickly now. Gisend is late autumn, approaching winter now, and the evenings roll in fast. You guys find your way back to the Velvet Pocket. Dinner is procured should you desire it, and you are all able to find yourselves to bed in easy time.
Wait. No, no, no.
Oh,
No,
I'm not-
sir.
I'm not skipping shit. Go for it.
I would like to, at some point, like when we get back, just be like, Hemlock, come
Yes.
here, I want to ask you something.
Yeah, sure.
And I'll like, into like whatever room I'm not sleeping in. How do you feel aside from, tired?
Oh, I feel better now for the bath. Those bath bombs really work a treat. I'm still a little confused. Apart from
Yeah.
that, I feel fine.
I'm confused too, because we've been watching you go through all of this stuff, and like I've been kind of scared because I've known several druids in my time, and I've never seen anyone get like almost drained of their own life force in exchange for that power.
Yeah.
Don't know how legit that feels to me, but the thing that confuses me is I don't know if you were aware of doing this at the time. Probably not, because it's kind of a second nature thing for you now. You stood on your leg earlier
Do you mean?
when we were in the bathhouse
Yeah.
and you were getting undressed. You stood with your full weight on your bad leg.
I mean, I can put weight on it sometimes, like just for a short amount of time, like, and I'll like
I've
Try
never
and-
seen you do that.
I'll like try and lean on it a bit.
There's a very faint twinge of pain.
Okay.
The pain is always come and go.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Slightly.
I think I'll like take a walk around with it, and it's definitely still like diff. I think like mainly because for an out of game reason, I don't want to completely erase the fact that Hemlock is disabled.
Yeah.
It feels almost like the knee is just stiffer.
Yeah,
Whereas before, you held the leg stiff because
it
moving
was
the knee
painful.
got quite painful. You're not experiencing as much pain right now because the knee seems to be a lot just stiffer
Yeah.
by itself.
Yeah, like as she's kind of walking, she still needs the staff to like walk, but as she stands still, she can like put weight standing still, and she's like, okay. I mean, there's like history of old injuries and things from birth eventually healing up and, bodies adapting to pain. Maybe it's just
Yeah.
that. Maybe it's just that. Maybe I just hadn't noticed and I was just getting used to it.
Yeah, it seems interesting to me that it seemed to coincide with the big mushroom antlers
Yeah.
thing. Like, we've talked about it, and we know that you want to do some research and stuff.
Yeah.
I am wary of the fact that this power, while very useful for obvious reasons,
Mhm.
I don't know that it should be draining you the way it is. You have genuinely gone physically weaker because of it, and I'm not gonna tell you to do anything, because I'm not that kind of person. But yeah, I'm worried.
Yeah. I am too. I've seen what happens when power like that. I mean, we've spent however many months we have with Ashura, and we've seen how that's turning out. I've been having a think. I think I might kind of have a grip on at least not why it happened or how it happened, but what it was. So I mentioned like that I have a thing like in me, like something that's living inside of me that first I didn't know how it got there, and then apparently this woman might have put it in me when I was a kid. Like when I was in the tunnel and it was like looking through a tank of water, it was like rather than me on the outside and that thing, that entity inside, it was like the other way around. Like I was on the inside and the entity was on the outside. And like it wasn't bad, like it wasn't like I was trapped or anything, because, you know, it's symbiotic, the relationship always has been, but it was like it was flipped for a few seconds.
Huh. Was that like a new spell or something?
I don't know. I tried. So I can't turn into any. I can only turn into like animals a couple of times a day. And before we went into that tunnel, I could have done it. And then when we came out afterwards, I couldn't. Like I tried just to see if it'd be, you know, easier if because I was really tired walking and I didn't want to put all my body weight on people helping me out. I thought, well, maybe I'll get myself a bit lighter or something, and it didn't work. So it might have been something like that. It did feel like a lot of magic, like more magic than anything I've ever cast before.
Huh.
That is
So
me trying. That's me trying to say, without game-wise, that it's both 2 wild shapes and an 8th level spell.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. Yeah, like we've said, I think it's worth doing some research, especially while we're here, because
I feel like
we've tried to do that in Adigan, but
looking around for anything magic in Adigan, you run into so many walls. I feel like while we're here and while we at least have the trust of this city, there's a lot here that we could find out. Even if it's not the center of the arcane, like they said, that's the library in the other city, there's going to be more things that we can find here than we could find back home. The only place we really had was the Arcanium, and I couldn't find anything in there.
Cool.
I'll keep an eye on it, and
good.
I'll look into it. Thank you. Thank you for looking out for me. I appreciate it. I'll give Maple a hug. Bigger hug. And as we give her a hug, because I know you're still hurt, I'm gonna fucking cure wounds you as well. Just
and staggering around the town, going to clubs, bleeding out like. Oh.
Just get rid of some of your bruised ribs and stuff.
I did wonder why the bath we were in was just like turning red. I assumed it was a bath bomb.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's just Maple bleeding.
Made it profusely. On like half hit points.
And then I will go up and I will go to bed with Nute and
Nice.
With Nute.
Lovely. Any more for any more?
I'm conscious of taking up time, so I don't want to spend loads of time on this. But it was like I said earlier, I want to just like sit, and in my time where I normally do my like kind of my elf meditation, but not, because it's a different thing. But you know, the bit where I close my eyes for 4 hours. I just want to sit and like do that with my hammer on my lap to see if I can hack into seeing anything again.
As you sit there and the minutes crawl by, you feel your connection to it. You feel your strong connection to it. Both your attunement to its properties, but also your connection to how it was molded and changed for you. But nothing else comes. No other moment of communion seems to manifest in this moment as you focus on the hammer.
Okay.
But as you... as you're focusing on that, Markos.
Hello.
What? Tell me, as Markos goes to sleep, and begins to let that muscular body rest after that intense day, with well-soaked muscles and everything else. What is Markos dreaming of?
I think before going straight to sleep, Markos would have, having been reminded of the smell of home, of what it was like growing up on the docks in Maldron, playing around near, his the workshop that his father works at, and all of this stuff. I think before drifting off to sleep, he would have, or before getting ready for bed, would have just sat and looked at, a couple of the effects that he'd brought with him from home. Like his dad's hip flask that he had when he was in the Royal Infantry. Maybe like a piece of jewelry or something that's been in the family, and he's just reminiscing of home. So I guess if anything, he'll be sort of like when you think back to your childhood and it's all very like a mixed muddle of like different events, but sometimes you can't really put them in sequence.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like that, I would say.
As you're kind of floating in that space, it begins to solidify slightly. The same pier that kind of stretches out from Maldron, that smell of kind of tidal river and salt. The smell and like the sound of the whipping of ropes and sheets against masts. It's like clanging of bells at the top.
Sawing in the background.
Yeah, like the smell of like just sea and sawdust. Which is just the scent of home. The cawing of seagulls.
Sorry, headset died.
No, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good now.
Cool.
I just had to plug it in. It just went flat on me.
Like in one kind of hand, like wrapped up in a like brown paper, there's like a thing of chips. A seagull comes and tries to take a bite, and you're like, "Fuck off!" and it misses.
The seagull has a mysterious bag of money attached to its.
No, this is way before then.
A voice kind of comes from behind you, and as you turn around, you find a familiar figure standing behind you. Hands in pockets of like a long red tailcoat. It's beautiful here. I've enjoyed spending some time here, though it's not quite the same. And a charcoal black-skinned tiefling, solid blue eyes, stretching long, slender horns reaching far up above, as Pariah kind of joins you on the pier.
Oh, hey, buddy. Would you like a chip?
Thank you, yes.
There's
takes
salt,
one.
it's good.
They've become somewhat of a go-to. To be honest, he like pats his belly, like probably should have. Anyway,
Maldronian food, it's meant to sustain the sailors and the fishermen, so it's hearty stuff.
I can't say I've done too much of the sailing and the fishing while I've been here. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you. It's been a while. We've been thinking of you, actually.
I appreciate that. And I have you. I don't just come in to say hello. I wanted to contact Maple, though for some reason I couldn't grasp hold of her.
She doesn't sleep anymore. Like, doesn't need to.
Right. Okay. In any case, I'm glad to see you.
Sorry, bro.
But there's someone else here as well. And as he kind of turns away from you and his shoulder like leads away, his form vanishes into just ash. And the ash kind of swirls back around and reforms. And you see a gnome standing there. Platinum blonde hair, kind of bunched in curls around the shoulders.
It's my wife.
Freckles all around the cheeks and stuff.
Marigold!
Is it working yet?
I can see you. Hello.
Oh, okay, good. Hi. How are you?
Tired. We just defended a Volm town from one of Kais's lieutenants. Sorry, Ashura says it that way. It keeps sticking.
Infectious.
One of her lieutenants and a bunch of zombies. So very tired. But yeah, good. Yourself? How's...
Busy. Rushed off my feet, to be honest. I've been spending a lot of time down in Hollowreach.
Oh.
Well, I've been doing some healing, but in the ceasefire's mostly people who are just taking time to mend. So I've been teaching some students some basic potion-y bits. I've been joined by Pariah. He's kind of facilitating this, I think.
Oh, good.
I was just thinking, what are you guys doing right now? Because I know you went in stealthy, but if you're defending towns, that sounds like things have changed.
They have. We discovered quite a large threat coming out of Takaster. Basically, they are manufacturing Kaisa's undead there.
Fun. Okay.
And they were being sent to Siltfork in nearby town. We arrived there. Under Jed's orders, we were to try and establish contact with one of the councillors who were not corrupted by Kaisa's influence. And so we did. And yeah, we worked together to help deal with the threat of undead that we merely delayed. And Maldeus Ra, the undead pit fiend lieutenant of Kaisa, showed up. But we sent him back. Well, we destroyed his form at least. I don't know if that beats him forever.
Goodness.
But being a demon.
Okay. No, have you seen any trees?
I believe there are some trees outside of the Siltfork, yes.
Okay. Come, lean down.
Yeah.
And you put a little gnome hand on the side of your head, and the dreamscape shifts. The dockside vanishes from around you, and you find yourself standing inside the garden district within Siltfork, at the large royal gardens that were, renovated and open to the public of the town, and some of the larger trees there. Okay. I think that should do. Go there. First thing in the morning.
We have plans first thing in the morning.
Well, then wake up slightly before that.
Okay. Before dawn, then.
Jump. Okay, sure.
Right. Okay.
All right. I won't be able to stay, but I think there's a friend that would like to be there. Things, just for your information, I've been talking with Jed a good amount. I'm aware of the fact that there are some soldiers under your command. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's a lot of responsibility, to be fair.
Yeah. Just in Hollowreach, things have gone strangely quiet. Normally we can see across the river, and we can see movement and things. We occasionally send scouts. Most of them come back. But recently, our scouts haven't seen anything. It's silent across there. Woods that would normally be full of wolves or other shadows that move are barren. I don't know if they're preparing something or I don't imagine they're retreating. We're preparing. There's a large army camp north of Hollowreach we're gathering a lot of the forces that were at the wall. We're constructing something of a long line, essentially between the Glowing Wood and the Queen's Wood.
Yes.
Just, we've evacuated most of Hollowreach, of civilians. Linmire, a little bit.
Good thinking. That sounds like the right course of action. We have received a direct threat from Kaisa. She did this to... I don't know what this is. Obviously it is magic and I assume I am asleep. I remember going to bed.
Pariah's voice comes in. It's a spell called Dream. I can contact you in your dreams.
Right. That sounds like what Kaisa did to Nute. She threatened him and said something like, she's going to win, and I don't really know.
Sounds
so I think it's very unnecessary.
All right. I think all right. Be at that tree in that garden area.
Right, the big oak, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
by the roses. All right. Sleep well.
I will.
And
Good view.
and the garden that you are in kind of back to the kind of the piers and the docks. Your dreams kind of resume where they were.
I'll just get up from the bench, go into like my childhood home, and nestle up in bed.
Oh. Inception sleep.
And with that, the night begins to pass. The rest of your dreams are peaceful. Your time with the hammer unfruitful, but your body seems to appreciate the rest regardless. And morning comes.
Rest.
Time to mark off on my list.
Tick that button.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, thank God.
Long rest achieved. Go, you guys.
Yay!
Yay!
And it is now the 7th of Gisand.
It is.
7th of
It's a Sunday.
Gisand.
It's Fantasy Sunday.
Fantasy
That's
Sunday.
Oh. The Sabbath.
The Sabbath.
Bless
Isn't
you.
it like Hemlock's birthday in like 5 days?
It is Hemlock's birthday.
It's like
When
the
is Hemlock's
13th of
birthday?
Gesend or
Yeah.
something like that.
Hemlock's birthday is the 13th, so
Yeah.
like a few days.
Right on. Breakfast is available for you guys should you want it. But yeah, it is the morning. What do you guys have to do?
So we
Uh,
have to go.
Well, actually,
sorry.
I was going to say, like, it's just about cracking dawn now. We need to meet. I'll leave it as a surprise. Some friends in the park. I think you will like what happens.
Markos, that's really ominous. You understand that, right?
That is very ominous.
People who we haven't seen in a little while, who we love very much.
Markos, please tell me that you've not been like possessed, and you're leading us
Look,
into
all
a
I'm
trap.
saying is that a tall,
That would be
dark,
unfortunate.
a
Like,
tall, dark, handsome stranger who is mysterious approached me in a dream.
Ooh,
That's not
sounds
good,
like pretty
Markos.
I don't.
look, Nute's
I
gonna
don't-
look at
You're just gonna have to
the
trust him,
mushroom
honestly.
hemlock and be like, I feel like we can trust him.
Touche. Okay. Touche.
You shouldn't go trust these people in dreams. Oh, hold on, let me just grab these antlers from you real quick. And transform.
Okay, fine. You have a point. I'm
Look,
sorry.
apparently it is
That's
just a
fine.
spell, right? Mystery person told me that it is just a spell called Dream. You know, like if you know magic, you can just do it. So,
Oh,
like,
cool.
it doesn't necessarily mean that it's evil people.
Wait, did you feel like you almost lost out on sleep, by any chance?
No, it was lovely.
Huh, weird.
Talking with old friends, and I was dreaming about home. It was nice.
Okay, then we have breakfast and go meet these people. Then we have to be at the palace by dawn. So
It might
Don't have
actually
much
be quite
time.
good. These people coming is useful. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's
Hopefully we'll
go.
get out of Volm soon enough.
Alrighty. As you guys tootle along your way, the Garden District is a slight detour, but not massively, on your way toward the castle. As you find your way through the early morning, the birds are just beginning to come to life within the Garden District and among like the terraced houses and stuff. You can just begin to you can't smell baking bread, but you can see like a couple bakers are like carrying like big bags of flour into the bakery to begin their morning baking. And you get into this kind of very low blue light lit early morning inside the Garden District, and Markos leads you to this large oak tree surrounded by roses. There's a small fountain of like there's a halfling that seems to have like a club that's like mid swing, and there's like water kind of like trailing off behind it, like the streaks of wind behind a bat. There's like a small like just kind of pooling water around the feet that kind of lead back up and kind of cycle around.
It's like a water feature. It's just like, that's cool.
Um,
And here we have a halfling baseball player.
yeah, pretty much.
I don't know.
Like building a statue, but it's a magical enchanted water feature.
But as you guys stand by this tree for a couple of moments, there's no one around you.
It's probably a bit of giveaway, to be honest, with them coming out of a tree. You'll guess what you get here. Alright, it's Marigold. Okay, it's fucking
Yes.
Marigold.
Yeah, I mean,
There's like
if
a
it's not Hemlock, then it's
Not me.
So we know.
cracking sound, and the bark of this oak tree splits, and this tiny gnome with a streak of platinum blonde hair bursts out of it, yelling "Surprise!" and just yeets herself at Maple.
Oh.
Aww.
Hey.
And following behind is a kind of hands in the pockets, like leaning down to fit under this small gap, stands Pariah, and then there's a little, and a large rabbit kind of follows through as well. As Willow joins in the little reunion.
Aww.
Oh, maybe.
And
Willow
Willow kind
gets
of
lots of
gets
pets.
pets, nuzzles into everyone, just
Yeah.
loves.
Scritches.
There's some good little scritches here.
He just like rolls
everyone.
over and is like, "Love me."
Belly rubs, definitely.
You know,
Yeah.
well, you know how like rabbits will do that sometimes, where they sit and then if they're really comfy, they just sort of fall onto their sides.
Yeah.
I'm picturing Willow just like hops through the portal and just immediately goes like.
Pretty much. Marigold like squeezes Maple and then kind of runs around and squeezes each of your legs.
Aw.
Notices your antlers have changed. Hemlock. I'm afraid we can't stay long. We have things. I think you have. We must go quickly. And she like grabs Maple's face and gives you like both hands on their cheeks, gives you a kiss, and reaches into a little satchel. But these, and she hands like a small like trio of vials in a small little leather kind of holster, which holds these kind of three kind of like round-bottomed flasks. These, go kill more fiends, okay? She like gives you another big kiss. Shuffles Willow's hair. Come on, you. Stop looking so moody. And like grabs Pariah's hand and begins casting the spell on the tree again.
Wait, real quick. What do these do?
Oh, healing potions.
Oh,
Oh,
lovely.
good.
Great at healing potions.
We're about to have a meeting with the Volm Councillor of this place. If you have any information from Adagan that you'd like to convey very quickly, I can take notes.
Nothing more that I didn't tell you last night.
Excellent. Okay, cool.
Do you know how Cillian's doing? I know you've not been at home. Has he burnt down the workshop yet?
I don't think so. I haven't been home in a few days. Cillian is essentially... Cillian and... What's his name?
The tiefling
Pelias.
guy who's
Pelias.
Yeah.
I know they were spending some time together.
Oh.
I think, to be honest, Pelias was boring him, but he's the only one of the staff that actively entertains him. Cillian's nice, but he's a child.
Yeah.
Fights well, though. One day. All right. I love you all. Take care.
You too.
And the tree once more splits open, and Pariah, like, as it lean down, vanishes behind it, and as it closes back up, kind of Willow turns around for a minute, kind of confused.
It's okay,
back.
buddy.
Leans back into his riches. And Willow the
Alright,
Jackalope has rejoined the chat.
Yay!
Yay! Just for
And
like some like
3
OOC
greater healing
stuff.
potions.
Me and Andrew talked about Marigold and Pariah, and yeah, like as Marigold said, she's been like training some little baby druids and some baby healers and stuff. And Pariah came to be like, yeah, I'm gonna be your bodyguard. And Marigold being like, sure, I don't really need one, but whatever, has essentially turned him into like a PA because she has so much shit to do. So Pariah is
Amazing.
essentially just there to like hold things and make sure shit goes well.
I'll bop.
fine.
Shall I bop the healing potions in my inventory? Because I seem to have most of the healing potions.
I'll happily take a couple if you want, since I can
Yeah, we could hand them
Yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah.
zoom around.
I have 3 potions of healing. Potions of greater healing.
Yeah, I've also got 2 regular ones that I've just had. So I've got various things if whoever would like them.
I'll take one of the greatest.
Yeah,
I'll take one.
Neat.
Do you 3 want to take one of the greaters each? That works.
I've got 3 regulars on me.
You've got 3 regulars. Okay, I'll keep
Oh,
a greater.
Possibility.
I'll keep a greater and then one. I'll keep a cheese grater and then one to each of the Nute and to Maple.
Nice.
Cheese, greater healing potion.
Cheese grater healing potion.
Getting
Cool.
flavored these days. It's
Not
like grape juice.
Cheese flavored healing
right.
potion. Gross.
Now reunited with Willow, who seems to have like he's freshly cleaned. He seems pretty fine. His saddle has a couple extra like pouches on it now. You notice there's one which has like a leather stitched together like bowl about this big that is like scrunched and kind of like rolled up. There's like a water flask on one side. There's like one with like a pouch of carrots and stuff.
Aww.
He comes
Set
preloaded with
upgrades.
his own carrots and water bowl.
Yeah.
Which, if you have a dog big enough, really, why are you carrying their water? Or their bowl, or their bags, or anything. Anyway, you guys make your way back toward the castle district. You're welcomed inside the castle once more and are led into a familiar style of chamber. You have entered the war rooms of several places in the last weeks, and you're welcomed into the war room of Siltborg. In the room is the mage Victus that you fought with the day before. Tathon is there, Edgar is there, as well as 3 birds. You see a tawny owl, like perched on a side of the desk. There is a kind of quite a small bird of prey, falcon type thing, like a red kite sized creature, and then there's a swallow. Just these three birds that you quickly ascertain are probably familiars, perched inside this room.
I thought they were going to be Aarakocra.
And they all have people legs and thumbs. As you guys enter, Vlaine, welcome. Come in. Okay. So I have some good news and some bad news. Did you guys rest okay?
Fantastic.
How are you doing?
Yes.
I do have. I got in contact with some people back in Edigan last night. They dreamed something. Like it's spelled called dreaming.
Very familiar, Karen.
Right, I'm not, so sorry. But yeah, they did that to me, so I have some stuff. But slept fine, thank you.
Good.
Also,
well-
this is Willow. He's just my friend. He's kind of like, the birds, but I can ride him.
Something like steps around, like offers to like put a hand, like looks to you for permission.
Yeah, he's pretty friendly.
He likes it like just here.
Hello there, buddy. And like Willow is like almost as tall as she is.
Yeah, Willow's big.
Pats him on the head, and Willow kind of like leans in, his big antlers almost like scraping like one of the nearby desk. Hey there, buddy. Okay. So, business then. First off, I wanted to say again, thank you for yesterday. For arriving to begin with, but for marshalling the soldiers like you did. The fact that a creature of what has been described to me coming beneath our town and no one perishing is difficult to believe. And I am, if not impressed. These witnesses we have alongside us. Let me double check my notes for exactly what their names are. Alongside us, viewing through the eyes of the Tony, is Councillor Geloir from Grey Landing. From Krasin in the Falcon is Kincairn from Krasin, and the Swallow is Councillor Grex from Hedenmal to our east. They will be witnessing us. They cannot speak. I'm sure the owls will, caw at us if something goes terribly wrong. But we have, in the last day or so, done some reconnaissance, some information gathering to the best of our abilities, and some worrying things. But enough to, I hope, begin making a plan, and one I will ask of you to contribute to. Lady Geloir is hesitant to continue to involve you while you have beyond proven yourselves as individuals. For every time that Volm cast a spell toward Adigan forged a gun and used them. There is willingness to cooperate, and I think a need to now, but we cannot underestimate the importance of bad blood already shed.
No, we cannot.
Yes, the conflict has left scars. It will take some time to stop hurting quite so much, huh?
It will take a very long time, but I hope, myself at least, that we can lead with action. And now that we are aware of the conspiracies and things and deceptions that have led us to this place can begin to forge a path to what comes next. Now, our efforts to gather information were sadly not very fruitful. We tried to scry on Takaster and Doloran and Balinoray, but they seemed to be warded from divination. Our scrying sensors could not see anything. We sent flocks of familiars. Mages of all levels of talent summoned their birds and bats and the rest, and sent them to fly to these places. It took just over 12 or so hours to reach Doloran and Takaster, but when they got there, looking through the eyes of these familiars, they were taken down. They were attacked by flocks of strangely aggressive birds. They looked to be crows or ravens or something, but the second the familiars got close to the town, these swarms just attacked. None of our familiars could get close. And so Takaster... Yes?
I think we did see similar things in Takaster when we were going through the various districts. There were flying warforged, but also a lot of birds around.
Well, I thought those birds were like these, and forgive me for just so rudely at you, councillors, these birds here, familiars, right?
The large kind of tawny owl, like, kind of gives a little bow of acceptance.
Probably.
Yes, we use familiars endlessly. They're incredibly useful. And it's in times of conflict, we use flocks of familiars cast by a group of mages to provide information on an area. Unless it is something I have not yet seen, I would not be surprised that while in Takaster, you were being observed by flocks of familiars. But it is strange to have an individual flock attack familiars.
What was her name? Lady Ophelia. She was one of Kaisa's lieutenants.
One of Kaisa's
Killed her.
lieutenants, yeah. Her name was Ophelia the Twilight Witch. She was a druid of power unlike anything we'd ever seen. She travelled in swarms, in like a flock of sparrows, but she's dead, so...
Well,
unless there are more... Well, as far as we're aware.
we killed her. We are dealing with the Lich. That does not mean she is still dead.
Potentially. There was one other piece of information from those, though, and this flock, they seem to be ravens and crows, but there seem to be like pricks of light from their heads, like small, like they glowed ever so slightly. This like massive black feathers and beads of kind of slight, faint white light.
I think we might know potentially what that is. When a long time ago, before we knew what liches were, we encountered flocks of bats that were being controlled by the creatures called the flayers, the mind flayers, that had similar things to what you're describing. We know at least one flayer is in league with the Lady Kaisa, so potentially the last one.
On Eventos, we think.
Wonderful. All right, so that's something that we potentially know. That's something valuable. It's a positive. Like, I'm just like with a slight, like that kind of nervous energy that you've seen well up within Tathon before. They kind of like look toward the rest to Victor and to Edgar and also to these the familiars of the other councillors. It's a good thing. So
we know what we're dealing with. That is a good thing.
Yeah, for sure. Now, the matter of most concern at the moment, aside from invasions into Siltfork, which is obviously to us an extraordinarily important problem, we find ourselves somewhat, not surrounded yet, but flanked almost by Takaster and Doloran. Whatever state they are currently in, you mentioned that when you were in Takaster you saw no civilians, only Greyblades and Warforged, and a few engineers. We have not been able to get close to Doloran. However, people still live in Krasin, including the councillor here. Ships, as I mentioned to the other day, ships from Balinoray attacked Krasin. They have laid marine siege to the city. It appears the roads leaving Port Krasin are being watched by Greyblades and Warforged. It is a slow siege on the city.
War of attrition.
Whatever their motivations are, they have blockaded the city in. And the civilians, for now, are safe. But there's no way for food to get there. We grow most of our crops across in the grasslands east of us, near Hedenmal. But we can't get them to Krassin, and they can't fish, and they can't travel, and their grain supplies will only last for so long. But more worryingly, we don't know the motivation of these individuals, and if they are surrounded by Doloran and penned in at sea, and like a sorrowful look is cast toward the swallow familiar that is like kind of a head down, like feathers kind of like droopy.
Sad swallow.
We may need at any time this siege could come crashing in around them. And so, like I said, I wish to lead with action. And so if you are willing, I would... You are not of Adigan. All of you. You are fighters who have fought for Adigan, and now you are fighters who have fought for Volm. And if you are willing, I would ask that you do so again. And as Satanai looks up and looks at each of you in the eyes, you can just tell behind them they understand the gravity of what they are asking you to do. As you consider that request, and as it is 8:30, we are going to go for our halftime break. We've gone a whole 3 minutes over, so we're going to go away, get some drinks, get some food, make sure you are hydrating and snacking and taking care of yourselves as well, and we'll be back here in half an hour. If you haven't entered our exclamation mark giveaway there in the chat and got in for a chance to win a Player's Handbook on D&D Beyond, this is your last chance. This is your last half an hour. You can get up to 4 entries by doing the different instructions through that link. So go smash it, go do it,
I'll go do
and
it.
we'll get...
Giveaway in the chat right now.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Everyone else,
I don't really do that. And
Cal put a hydrate in.
yeah,
So-
make sure you hydrate.
I accept.
Oh.
So, perfect. Go away for now. We'll be back in just half an hour. We see you guys at 9 p.m. We'll reveal the winner of the giveaway and continue this tense war council. Goodbye!
See you soon.
Ooh.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hello! Welcome back to Chasing Tales. Hope you guys had a wonderful little break. Make sure you got yourselves hydrated and rested and everything else. I know I certainly did. Got my tankard right here. And as we come
Hydrate.
back
And it's now
before...
time to hydrate.
there it is, of course. Now, before we get back into the War Council within the town of Siltfork, we have one thing to do. And that's to announce the winner of our weekly giveaway of a D&D Beyond Player's Handbook. And the winner for this week is Sean Martin. Congratulations, Sean Martin. You've won yourself a Player's Handbook. Congratulations. I'm going to make sure that after the session, I will be emailing you the code. When you get that code, you'll just put it in, just go to D&D Beyond /redeem and put the code in, you'll get a book.
Hell,
Congrats.
you bet it. Use our link to go to D&D
Heck
Beyond
yeah.
and then redeem.
Oh my god! That would be the best way of doing things.
Indeed.
Perfect. Congratulations to you, and with that done, let us bring ourselves back in. So, where we left off, you, the Soulguard, Sans, Ruby, and Ashura, who are off otherwise engaged. Tathon Vlaine, along with their compatriots of Edgar, Bob Doplin, the Cleric, and Victus, as well as the familiars of 3 other councillors of Volm, Thrist Gillois, Dara Kincairn, and Leoror Grex, in witness to this meeting. Where we left off, Tathon said to you they wish to lead with actions to show Adigan and Volm working together against this common enemy that we have, and showing to those of us within both nations that hold very valid pain still of the conflict that has only just come to a halt. You have fought for Adigan, and now you have fought for Volm, its people, and I would ask if you are willing to do so again.
I think I speak on behalf of the Soulguard when I say we did not truly fight for Adigan, we did not truly fight for Volm, we're fighting to protect people and lives, and so yes, I'm down. I might need to check in with Jed. He's my commanding officer. Technically the handler for the Soulguard, but I think this will be in everyone's interests, so I don't know why be against it.
I mean, I am under personal instruction from my wife to kill more things, so I'm down.
I look to Nute. Don't say anything, just look at Nute.
Nute pauses for a moment. Markos, I would like to respectfully disagree with you there.
Okay.
I personally did fight for Adigan. At least to some extent. I did not fight for Volm. I fought against Kaiser. And that will continue to be the case. But I want this to be clear, this is a means to an end for dealing with this lich. As you said, the bad blood still runs deep. And considering the 30 years and my life that was taken from me, it's not something that can simply be turned around.
Nor would I ever ask it to be. I respect your position, and I thank you for still fighting against this lich, which happens to align with us in this time. I wouldn't expect you to ever forgive anything that has happened to you. And all I can promise you now is the people that did this to you are our enemies now. They always were, and now we know. Now we see that. The way that Warforged were made was not something that was shared or known widely. It was kept, and I'm not excusing it at all. I'm not making any excuses for allowing it to happen. But just know that those people are our enemies. And it is for all of those that came before that did not get a chance to fight back against this that we do this now. I wish to see Takashi and Doloran and Ballanray, whoever is truly responsible in each of those places, I want to see them punished to the most imaginative extent. And so, this begins, if, again, you are willing. I wish to turn our talents and our resources to a couple of objectives. Firstly, the people of Krasin, laid under siege by ships from the shoreline from Ballanray and grey blades and warforged from the south in Doloran. We need to solve this. There are a number of ways to begin, and this is where I would value your input. We could get rid of the ships to the north, allow them to sail away from Krasin to Grey Landing. We could assault Doloran. This is, I think, the most challenging of these, as we have no idea what we would be going up against, and it is the fortress that trains the finest, most lethal soldiers in this country. We would be marching on. It would take us a week and a half, maybe, to gather the forces that we could muster from Markenford, Siltfork, Hedenmal, Ezerdam. It would take us a long time, but if we were able to take Doloran, then perhaps we could lessen the pressure entirely from the south. The third, and I think the one, I'm very encouraging of your input, is we take one of the roads, we time it carefully, we move the people of Krasin out in a night, and we punch a hole in this siege and allow them to escape, and escort them back to Hedenmal. From there we can consider where to send them that is safest. But as I said, we do not know what is currently the situation in Takashi or Doloran or Ballanray, but we begin with making sure no one needlessly dies in Krasin.
I think overland is likely to be the most effective way of moving a large number of people.
If I may, I potentially have an idea on that. How many? I'll kind of turn to the councillors. As you said, we don't know the cities. We don't know Takashi, Doloran, or Ballanray, but we do know Krasin. If you can get people out of the city from within it via magical means, teleportation, transport via plants, you get them out without them ever leaving the city walls.
And you can see, the swallow that is the familiar of the Council of Krasin just continues to deflate. We apparently Greyblades infiltrated the city and destroyed the permanent circle that exists within the main hall of Krasin. We do still have small capacities for teleportation magic, but Krasin is not one of the centers of arcane study. We're talking mages in maybe half a dozen capable of such magic, and it can move a handful of people a day. It's something, and we have already begun to move handfuls of people where possible. But this is moving 10, 12 people in a day. There are hundreds that need to go. And to wait day by day and hope that the siege does not collapse around them while we smuggle them out in dozens is not a sustainable strategy, I fear.
Understandable.
Definitely. Well, I assume that you are already... The people you're shuttling out are those who maybe might not be so well equipped to escape via other means, more
we have been
conventional
prioritizing.
means.
We've been
The elderly, etc.
Yes, we've been prioritizing
Right.
the young, the old, the sick.
Good thinking. I think the freeing up the port could be very effective. There's a lot of... You can bring a lot of goods to a place very quickly on a ship, and if they're in dire need of food. But over land is also probably the safest way to move hundreds and hundreds of people. Like, yes, you can fit more on a ship than in a teleportation, but still not as ideal.
We also don't really have much else of a navy. Valenray was the largest port.
We'd be
And
relying on...
we're in control of the largest number of ships. Adian has some, if they were willing to help, but humbly, I don't know that the Adigani Navy is capable of taking on the Valenray forces in an open fight.
Probably not. We make good ships, but they do not have magic.
You make extraordinarily strong ships and have very powerful long-range weaponry.
All of you would hear in your minds when they say like the Adigani Navy might not be strong enough to take the ships of Valenray, not the councillors, just you guys. How about calling in a favour from not the Adigani Navy?
That... Responding in head.
Yeah.
Would be very interesting. I don't know how Volm bond to a bunch of pirate ships showing up. Probably more favorably than, you know, seeing enemy warships, but...
I'm gonna turn to the councillors and say,
I was also gonna say in the brains, also, I believe we were somewhat required to sign a contract for that.
Yeah, again in head. Yeah, I'm going to. That's what I'm saying. And I'm gonna, like, look to you guys just before I actually say anything out loud.
Nute will just ping back and just say, if you're in, I'm in.
Right, I will turn to the councillors and say, okay, I'm about to reveal something to you that not many of the Adigani superiors that employ me are aware of, but something that might be able to help as far as a naval attack. And I will roll up my sleeve.
Not going to lie, it's still not the most surprising aspect of your physical
Yeah.
appearance.
Yeah.
Unexpected though.
I grew up, I spent the first 20 years of my life living on Leversuda, and in more recent times I've been inducted into the Stygian fleet. I have spoken to the Captain Malice who leads it, and if you're looking for naval ships, he has the best in Evantos.
Can definitely vouch for that. And Nute will also just pull up his sleeve and be like, hey, what up? We're a band of pirates. Arr.
Well,
Wait, I mean...
pulls up his sleeve and just
Is
like
it-
has
is
an
it-
itch. He just got an itch. He's pressing that down.
Nute just looks like, we'll get,
there is
we'll
I
get
mean,
you
I
jobs
guess
soon.
this one kind of looks like a tattoo, but I promise it's just my, like,
Nipple,
vein
why are you
thing.
pulling up your sleeve? I thought you didn't have sleeves.
Oh yeah, shit.
Inconsistent lore, what is
You
this?
got-
Inconsistencies in this canon.
Okay, a wizard
Continuity
did it.
errors.
A wizard did it.
Yeah.
Marigold mended the sleeve when he came back.
As you mention this, there's a moment of just silence, of like looking between each other and looking to, like Tathon, like kind of her hair is like pulled up into quite a tight bun, like kind of wispy, kind of coppery ginger bits kind of hang on the side of the face. Her kind of elaborate robes only have like maybe like inch thick shoulder pads today. Relatively conservative for her. But she like looked with this very intense look toward the familiars of the other councillors.
I would like to say as well, I have also met this captain. I understand his line of work. his modus operandi is unsavory, but I do believe him a man of his word.
I'd also just like to add that from personal experience, I know they are very much equipped to deal with Volm ships.
They are.
Well, we're aware of this.
They're like, oh, we know.
If you're able to... Are you saying that you can ask Malice to take on this fight?
I think I can. Yes.
If it is to save the people of Krasin, what is the cost?
Nothing to the people of Krasin.
Are you
We
sure?
would have to do him a favor.
Is that a bargain
It's
you're
only
willing to
danger
sign?
to us. Do not worry.
It has not been the first time that I have made dealings with the captain. This itself came as part of a deal that I made with him. He is ruthless and strong and a dangerous man, but he is not a he's an honest man. He's not one that breaks his word.
Just people's spines.
I have a question. I did kind of like he's wearing like a darker blue corduroy waistcoat today. Kind of sidles up.
Lady Hemlock.
Yes.
Yesterday in the I mean, obviously there is an element of your
Oh, here we go.
physicality that is fungal.
Nute
Yesterday,
just turns his surprise like, what? You didn't tell me.
Element.
yesterday in the tunnels, you transformed.
I've been told.
I've communicated this to Lady Blaine. The form you took was kind of familiar to me.
And you know more about this transformation than me already.
Well, perhaps the form. I mean, it's not a precise thing at all. It's like recognizing a creature from an illustration, right? The form looked like the demonic queen of fungus, Zogdmoy, the one of the lords of the abyss. Now, that presents its own line of questioning in relation to why you seem to be so infested with this power that you wield for good, and we recognize that. But by all appearances, comes from such a thoroughly evil place. It is known that Malice has ties to the Infernal. You seem to be caught between two sides of another conflict of being, seems on the inside you're a demon, but according to your alliances, a friend to devils.
Yeev.
I don't understand that. I don't know if you do.
I don't. All I know is that a long time ago, when I was a child, I got sick, and a woman came to my parents, a woman that now my parents have no memory of, and made me better. The relationship between her hold on me and between my position as a member of the Stygian fleet and a born resident of Levasuda are entirely separate, as far as I am aware. I
would be very surprised if it stays that way.
So would I. But for now, Malice has no ties to whatever it is that's going on with me. He has ties to me in the sense that I am his subject and of his crew.
I'll ask. You don't have to answer if you know the answer at all. To whom do you feel more loyalty?
Just
I
a
don't.
real quick thing. Is this something that you need to know for this war effort?
No. Like I said, if you don't know or you don't want to answer, you don't have to. But if it's a question you haven't considered yet, I'd advise you do.
I have considered it. And in truth, I don't have loyalty to either. Both have a hold on me. And that hold provides me with things that are useful for the road ahead. And I found ever since I left my childhood home that sometimes you have to compromise on your personal morals to achieve the safety and security of the wider world. I'm not loyal to the Abyss, I'm not loyal to the Infernal. I'm using both as they present themselves to me, and in turn I suppose they're using me as payment.
We're all very glad to have you here, for your help yesterday, for everything. And, these conflicts often tend to be far more complicated than just, demons and devils. They tend to fight amongst themselves plenty, so, we're not drawing any stark lines here, but, just as you go forward, when you say compromising on your morals, just be aware of how close you are to using justifications such as the greater good. It's a slippery slope.
Nods, doesn't say anything, it just nods.
Thank you, Edgar. If you have the ability to contact and to influence Malice, then we could feasibly wage naval war. And if this was decided quickly, perhaps one or a number of these ships could be put in place to carry numbers of the people of Krasin away. It would also make the shorelines a little safer. I know that apparently they have destroyed most of the large ships in port, but there are still a number of shimmer ships and smaller craft within the boathouses in the city. We could attempt both. Distract them in north by sea, and then punch a hole in from the south. All are viable. We could attempt, actually, the boats would struggle to carry the entire population out if we were to eradicate the coastal pressure, and then use a force smaller to escort a number of people escaping by the coastal road and to fend off any pressure that would come from the south. We could utilize both to get the largest number out.
Do you mean like take them up the coastal path and then cut south to Hedenmal?
Cut south to Hedenmal, yes. There are many roads and villages that scatter them, and like they look at the map that's conveniently on the table. There are many smaller roads and villages that are scattered across the nation between these major cities that are not on this map in particular. There will be roads to passage by, villages that, frankly, should probably be evacuated as well. If we could get people to Hedenmal and Ezerdam, Ezerdam in particular was before the time of Volm was a nation of its own. It was the one that held out the longest before the Vilsimians took it. It is a land of quarries and silver mines, and all of the stone they dragged out of the earth there, they put on top of themselves. It is a wonder to behold any fortress. If I had not seen what someone can do, I would call it impenetrable. It's close enough, but I think it's a good place to start, though. All right.
So, just a question.
Of course.
Is Siltfolk also getting evacuated? Because just looking at this map, if Port Crescent gets safe, the next city that looks like it'd be in a perfect spot to them to hit is Silfork. Like, you'd still have Dollar and Antakas just like right there.
We have the walls of this castle that surround the town, which are something. But you're right, it puts us very much in the crosshairs. I think given our inability to peer with magic into these towns, our efforts will be split, of course. Multiple objectives make a war. Saving Krasin is the most important one for now for us. Reinforcing ourselves against whatever may come next is also on that list. And below that is invading. Begins with discovery, sending people on foot to each of these places to discover what is there, and drafting plans to take them. We will not hide here forever. We will clear Doloran and Takaster, burn out whatever corruption remains, and rebuild. These 3 cities do not dictate the path of Volm. They have, but they will no longer. But these are conversations that require the amassing of much larger numbers of troops, and so things that will take longer regardless of our intention. And if we can protect Krasin, that needs to happen in the shortest time frame possible. So
regroup is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Volm needs to regroup and recuperate and
there are
collect
forces
its
in
energies.
exactly. There are forces in Grey Landing, but it is so far to the west that it will take a while for them to get down. And
To be honest, that might be the greatest plan. Like if we can get the people out of Krasik down to Hiddenmall or Ezordan and Silfork, then kind of smash them between both sides. Was from Ezordan heading west, landing south.
Valenray is the other problem, as it sits rather by itself. But if we have control of such a large navy, we could. I mean, if I've never seen any of the Stygian fleet come this close to shore, but from the tales I have heard of what their fleet can do, a coastal barrage from them would eradicate the town completely. We had to get far close enough to make room for a land assault, at least for sure. So, Soulguard, with these resources at our hands. In addition, actually, speaking of resources, we are gathering our forces as we speak. They're on the way. People are putting on boots right now to gather what the forces we had deployed at the border with Adagan. We are moving them to get closer within striking range of Valenray. We are reinforcing Ezerdam, Hepworth, and a number are on their way here. It'll take them all to get here, but they're on their way. We are repositioning the war effort. No longer at Adagan, but at the cancer within ourselves. But as far as what can happen quickly, you'll be glad to hear I heard word from a patrol along the east road in Silfork. They're still about a 2 days journey from here, but a certain small squad of Antagani cavalry, you recognize the name of Markos Astreva.
Yes, I was aware that they here, you say? Or...
A few days away.
Right. Yes.
However,
no, that's yes.
A number of the soldiers that you fought with yesterday, many of them want, have homes to stay with, families that would like to stay close to, and commanders that would like to not lose their soldiers. We can, however, spare a number of them. If you are interested in taking command.
I would really like Orange Soldier too. He was a good guy.
That can be arranged. But I don't know the extent of what you can
leave those clerics behind. They weren't doing that good.
As far as our next plans, I don't know what kind of speed with which you can communicate with this navy, or how quickly they can respond.
Potentially within the hour.
And if they get on their way soon, I think it best we do a split assault. Though what part would you like to play?
We can get the Stygian fleet on side, then I will be with them. I'm duty bound to do so.
And you will sail with them?
I will, most likely.
I'm
But there's
kind of
n-
useless on a boat, not gonna lie.
Likewise. I'm much more
So,
fighting on over dry land sort of guy.
yeah, I think it's probably best if me and Markos maybe take head on the evacuation from
Well, there
crossing
are-
on the roads.
There are some... Yes, I think so too. If we approach from maybe... Take the coastal path, like if we can get up to the coast, we hop out of the boats and... I don't know. Like, approach and try and
I mean,
make
if you
sure that
sail
the
with-
route out of town is clear.
I mean, if you sail with the Stygian fleet to Krasin, begin the naval assault with your fleet, and then land, and then join whatever landing parties the fleet wish to deploy, and then connect with our forces as we fight from the south, and then join up, and then the Soulguard fights alongside and spearheads the evacuation east on their eastern roads.
Sounds like a plan.
This sounds good.
Do we wish? I'm thinking the forces that we can attach to you. It makes sense, and I think it makes a good symbol for the soldiers that are content to be attached to you. Link up with this cavalry unit from Adigan.
No, I agree. I completely agree. I was about to suggest actually we sort of I have one unit of cavalry. I'm sure you have multiple units of other soldiers at your disposal. Kind of like how the old noble families used to, like, you know, send wards to one another, you know,
Something
to
like
sort
this.
of keep the relations.
I think if I don't know how good your cavalry is a few days away.
They are, yes.
So, potentially, if I understand it correctly, Hemlock, you can travel well via natural means, by plants.
Yeah.
If you go with these soldiers, meet up with your cavalry, and then deploy them south of Krasin, travel to Levasuda, make this deal, bring the Stygian fleet, and then this coalition, this pioneering squad of Adigani and Volman soldiers can recon the area, and they can help lead the land assault to meet you at the coast.
Perfect.
Does this sound agreeable to all of you?
It
Very
does.
well.
My squad leader, if you will, my second in command, Odelia, is a soldier with a good head on her shoulders. She will do her best to make sure the two units, one Volman, one Adigani, that she will do her best to make sure they integrate well.
I hope so.
She does not take shit
This
from her own soldiers, is what I'm trying to say.
is important. Not all of this. The people of Krasin need to get out.
Yes.
We need to reconsolidate our forces so we can eradicate this infestation within Ballenray and Doloran and Decaster. But we also need this to work. Mr. Nute, so validly, your reservations are shared by many. There are so many soldiers among these ranks that you fought alongside who have lost family to bullets from your guns. There are many of your own that have suffered greatly at the hands of our efforts. People won't forget that, nor should they. But this is the beginning of setting the example of what is next. I don't think it'll be difficult to impress upon both of these units of soldiers how important that is. Very well. As you leave, take these soldiers, travel east along the road, and then north, skirt around the forest that is south of Doloran. That forest in Doloran is where the anvil is. It's where they train the Greyblades, and it's where they keep an extraordinary array of incredibly dangerous beasts and creatures they use to train on. They nurture and nourish dangerous creatures within those woods, to which they test their mettle. Do not enter that forest, but skirt on the eastern side of it. We shall instruct your cavalry to meet you at the crossroads between the road that goes from Hedenmal to Doloran and to Krasin. At that crossroads, you shall link up. Spend some time with them both. Travel a bit further north. Do as you wish. Recon yourselves, and then when you're ready, bring in this navy. Make contact earlier if you can. And so, we shall gather more forces. In the following days, we shall ensure that by the time the navy can reach Krasin, there is a larger force to assist your squads in taking the coast.
Excellent. I will check in with Jed. I'm sure you're aware of this. I do have one piece of information. It is news that does not directly affect Volm perhaps too much, since it is about events on the other side of the wall. But as I'm sure you have all been made aware, we know that Kaisa has influence over the area known as Feyblade Hollow, potentially with the entrance of her hideaway in the Feywild. The news from the Adigani front, we have been evacuating our civilians from this area and holding the line against the horrors that can come through those woods. Although right now it is very quiet. There is nothing. Not even the slightest movement of a quickling that you would normally see.
It is worrying. More so given what your reports say of Takaster, being a ghost town aside from the machinations of the Greyblades and the Warforged.
I believe Kaisa is amassing forces, recuperating energy.
If I understand,
To do.
if I understand her strategies, and I'm no military commander, but from your tales of the Titan that she wished to create, if she were playing a war game, she seems like the kind to turtle and then steamroll. To build a force so large that it cannot be stopped.
It did seem to be her vibe.
She went really far down the animating Titan's tech tree, and so, when we hard countered that, we got a little bit of advantage, but, now she's farming up again, right?
Indeed.
Building SCVs, constructing additional pylons.
The faster that we can cut out Doloran and Takaster and Valenray, the faster we can show the people of Volm and the rest of the councillors of Volm that Adigan is ready to work alongside us. And we so are too ready to work alongside you and show such to yourselves, to the people of Adigan, to the Crown, to the good Lady Soraya. Then we can send our forces to this front. We can fend off what comes forth from these woods together.
A united front of Adigan, Volm, and the Silver Unsea's most dangerous navy.
The living versus the dead.
One hell of a fight.
Rude.
Sorry, you know what I mean. But they're undead and they're trying to make other people undead without their consent. It's not cool, okay?
You're digging yourself a hole, Markos.
We haven't even died yet. It's kind of weird that you're talking about it and not any of us.
I mean, you're the only one, aren't you?
Markos is the only one currently member of the Soulguard present who hasn't died yet.
If I can help it, I will like to keep it to that. Okay?
The only one present at this meeting that hasn't died yet.
Look,
Willow's not died yet.
The first one's rough. The second one is actually quite a bit easier to deal with because you already know what's coming.
Right.
It's true. Look,
that second one, I'm already undead.
I don't know. It gives me some optimism. Say we succeed. I'd like to keep that, manifest that, right? If we do, there are far worse ways to begin a new era than with uniting against the common cause. And I think
Powerful alliance
I
between the
think
two
Bricks.
nations.
Bricks from a stone wall can just as easily be turned into paved roads.
and I think the Silvern Sea is ready for a new era.
Just a quick correction, though. It's not if, it's when.
That's what we like to see. This is the attitude that we need to bring forth.
I give Nute a little kiss for that one. Like squeeze his hand and give him a kiss.
All right. In this case, your 8 Volman soldiers will be waiting for you outside the castle. Do with them as you wish. Treat them well. You've inspired them already. Continue to do so. You'll also need these probably. And Tathan reaches on the table. There's a small case and pulls from it like the kind of this thin, kind of dark wooden case, and kind of opens it. These are 4 scrolls of sending. Communication is key. Take these.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go save a city.
Let's go.
Sounds like a
Yay!
plan.
Here we go again.
Ah,
Third time
shit.
this week.
Here
We go again.
Unborn speed. Soulguard. I'll see you soon.
No rest for the.
Did you say bloodborne speed?
I'm mad at Alrighty. Is there anything that you guys would like to do while you have this meeting chamber full of individuals before you? Are you content to make your way and collect your Volman soldiers?
Something I want to chat about with the group of us before we meet the soldiers, but after we've left the councillors.
Whilst we're still here, councillors, I understand if you must go, but I would like to use. I'll pull out my sending stone to Jed this now to contact Jed.
By all means, yes.
His response may be of interest to you.
Very well.
So I'll like to use a sending stone
Nice.
to Jed, and I will say, Jed, in council meeting, discussing plans, help. Crap, what was the name of the city again?
Krassin.
Krassin.
Discussing plans, help Krassin. Have Navy on side. Using Beast Core, one word.
Okay.
Using Beast Core, Odelia, squad. Any message for Volm?
Question mark.
There was a pause. Certainly made friends quick.
I love Jed.
Best of luck.
Mm.
What navy? Any clarification on objectives? Left, right, left, right, left, right, left.
An AB start. It doesn't work, unfortunately, Jed. You can't. There's no cheat code for this.
No. To
To
be fair,
was he marching? Was he marching? And that's the left, right.
Left, right. Jed is
Yes.
aware that I'm originally from Leversuda and that Nute is a part of the Stygian fleet. He doesn't know that I'm a part of the Stygian fleet, though.
No.
No. And everyone else in
Probably
Adigan
issue.
thinks, everyone else in Adigan and everyone else from the RCC thinks I'm from fucking Echobrand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like a lady of Echobrand. I've been there like twice.
Lady of Echobrand.
Cool.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I'll sort of process that and be like, right. Well, he had more questions for me, I think. But essentially, he was interested. He was wishing luck. He condones this from the sound of things. Is keen, and I
What
think
questions do you
would
have?
like. He would like to know the. Well, first off, he asked about the navy, but to be honest,
We'll cross
we'll
that
tell him.
bridge
We'll
when we
cross
come
that
to it.
bridge.
I can contact him. It's Jed. What's his second name?
Rauner.
Rauner.
Rama. Yes.
What would you wish me to pass on to him?
Confirmation of Volm's attitudes, objectives, I believe. particular case.
All right.
But in that brief conversation, stilted as it is with 25 words, he was supportive of this.
Very well. Vlaine kind of draws a wand up into the air and like a little glyph that begins to like glow and hover and kind of responds with every like uttered word, kind of like brightens ever so slightly. Mr. Rauner, this is Councillor Vlaine. Objectives are to understand and destroy Takaster, Doloran, and Balanray. Primary, rescue Krasin from siege. Secondary, cleanse hostiles. Then aid Aragan. They pause as they receive Jed's response.
We sending all the hostiles to the bathhouse?
They crack a bit of a grin at something funny that Jed says.
Good old
Jed
Jed.
is a funny guy.
He's a good guy.
Very, very dry sense of humor. It's good.
I love Jed.
All right, we have your handler's blessing. So
I feel bad for Jed sometimes, man.
We put him through a lot.
The amount of coffee that man drinks cannot be healthy.
no,
he
they
was
never
just
are.
like
He's not
he
even
was
that
just,
big
like,
as well.
spy in the army, like, and then he's ended up being our handler, I guess, and now he.
Well, like I was just a simple gun scout, and now I'm assigned to this team of crazies. Like, don't get me wrong, I love you all, but
Sometimes
I'm used to going out with 3 guys in the woods with a rifle and like stealthing around and shooting a giant. And... This is a lot.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, and you see like the large tawny owl's like ruffling its feathers, ready to kind of like flap away.
Right.
All right,
Little
Thank
bow,
you.
head bow to the owl and the birds.
they all kind of like the swallow like flaps around and like does a little circle around each of you, like,
Oh,
tweet, tweet, and then flies away. The owl kind of like gives a very regal, very wizened, like slow nod, holding eye contact.
Yeah, head doesn't rotate, just goes like,
Yeah.
it's like.
"Ow, no."
The falcon leaves as well. And with that, as you guys begin to make your way through the castle back toward the exit.
Yes. So, about the fleet. I understand that, well, obviously we know about the cost of calling this thing in. We all had that meeting with Malice and we've all read the contract. I am going to sign it. I don't expect any of you to do so. It's a big choice to make, and I believe that if I sign it, then I'll be able to call it in. But I am going to sign it, and I'm going to find a tree and go over to Leversuda today.
I'm signing it too. So, surely there's no way you'd think that I'd let you do that alone.
As a reminder of what that contract actually says, for those of you
Yes.
that forget slightly, and anyone who's watching didn't hear it the first time. The Lord of Stygia offers a hand outstretched. In it lies 2 swords, each one pointed in opposite directions, one towards you, one towards the Lord. His legion wars on Styxian shores, its ranks bloodied and renewed. Mark the vellum with a true name and commit to a battle. Call upon the legion in a time of need, a battle for a battle, blood for blood. Should you mark your name and fall before you draw your blade on Avernus, your soul shall take form and fight until slain. For its service in kind it shall be freed. Should your soul attempt to flee its bound service, itself shall be forfeit. When called, your answer shall be flesh-bound rune and contract. When called, you shall answer to the captain, Malice the gold-pronged, Lord of the Waves.
It's a cool title.
It's a very cool title. So yes, I don't expect any of you to sign it. Nute and I are part of the crew already, and I'll take Nute's hand. But this isn't something you have to do.
To be honest, in general, I would be against mercenary work. I think it's
Understandable.
a little shady. But to be honest, working with you guys, the line is a little blurred.
Yeah.
Put me down. If you're going, I'm going. This is not a weight that we should bear individually.
Thank you.
And besides, there's gonna be demon stuff there. Who's going to hold you back with bands of binding when you...
Give you like a very weak like punch
Not
in the
you,
shoulder.
they're broken.
Yeah.
Bro, come on, bands of binding!
Whoa.
Let me loose. Let's go.
You know that.
Um,
The real bands of binding are the bands of friendship that bind us together.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
I think I am the only one of us who has, first of all, already had the opportunity to give myself to Zariel. But also, I've seen the Silver Sea. I've been there for a time. I don't remember all of it because it's a weird experience. But I don't think I'm ready to let go of that.
I understand.
It's perfectly fine.
I think...
And I can't willingly do this kind of thing, knowing that's where Marigold is going to be when I go to.
For clarity, this contract does not take your soul.
I know.
Okay.
I'm aware, but it also says that, like, my soul is forfeit and stuff if stuff happens before that, so I don't want to take the risk.
Only if you renege on the contract.
You renege or if you die, but yeah.
Oh, if you die, your soul isn't forfeit. It just has
Oh,
to
it's
fight.
just it fights and then
It just means that they will get a battle out of you.
The only way that you lose your soul to this is if you try and get out of your requirement to go and fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
That's fair.
Like I said, I would never make any of you sign it. And I don't think that you'd need to. If this is something that you don't want to do, then you don't want to do it, and that is completely fine.
Definitely.
To be honest, I'm kind of assuming that Ashura might be in the same boat.
Ashura's
Yeah,
already
I
got
don't
a
know
pact
if
with one
Ashura's
devil,
gonna be-
kind of.
He's
the idea.
and I don't know Ruby well enough to see what Ruby would be down for, but again,
I don't believe the original deal even included Ruby, so...
I don't think it did, but
Probably not.
either way. So, I'm gonna take a quick trip, and Markos, Nute, if you want to come with me, then
Yes.
we can do that. And we'll be back very shortly, once this is done.
I mean, if you guys are all going, I might as well come with you.
Oh,
Alright.
yes.
Also,
Who knows,
like,
maybe Pine's back.
Exactly. Every time we go to Nova Suda, I'm like, is my brother back here yet or not? He said he was gonna go, so...
Yeah. My mother was away last time as well, and she's still, the last time I really spoke to her was like just after I died. So, yeah, we can go take a quick trip. Those of us that are signing can sign, and then we
I will
come
remind
back.
you, it's been 6 days
Yeah.
since you were last on Levesuda.
Yeah,
Just as a reminder of
Been a long
timescales.
6 days, alright?
Yeah, a long 6
very
days.
long 6 days.
Maple has officially been alive for a week yesterday
Oh my god.
after being resurrected. Since coming back to life, she has been on Naratos, back to Adagan, to Volm, to Levesuda, and to Morio in fucking 7 days.
Around the world in 7 days.
Does transport via plants come with frequent flyer miles?
Yeah, if you go to 6 continents in a week, your 7th is free. Doesn't
Nice.
doesn't cost
Doesn't
us.
take us
Slot, hell yeah.
All right. In that case, I'm gonna go and find a tree. Might as well get this out of the
Yes.
way.
Yeah, it's easy enough within the
Oh,
castle.
the
Go back
Yeah.
to the oak next to the roses that Marigold came through.
Oh yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
nice.
they're like you pass like your soldiers and you're like, wait, and like you notice all of them look like they've gained an extra hit die.
Hey!
And they've increased their health slightly. And
Nice.
Also, if you go into your handouts and you look at their stat blocks, they've changed slightly.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Soldiers.
So you go and you find this oak tree.
Got more spells.
They should have more spells. They should have a little bit extra health,
And
and
morning stars.
they got a little bit extra health. They always have morning stars. So they got a little bit extra health, and they've also
A
got
little
these.
inspiring commander. Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's
That's so cute.
they have advantage on saving throws against being frightened or charmed while within 30 feet of a member of the Soulguard they can see.
Aww.
Because you guys inspired them. They're like, we fucking killed a pit fiend together. We know anything together.
That's so
Are these
cute.
guys like, I'm guessing, mixtures of blue and orange team then that we've got?
Yes, like some of them went. They had families and didn't want to get assigned to the adventuring Avengers. Like,
Yeah.
Adventuring Avengers.
So you have
Avengers.
Just
6 soldiers, 1 mage, and 1 cleric.
nice.
A cleric.
So with that, you find your way to this tree. What? The music keeps stopping.
I can still hear it.
I can hear it.
Okay, well then it's just me.
I can hear it.
I'm gonna. Okay, well then you guys are fine. I'm gonna put on my own ambient playlist. Because I guess screw me. Cool. With that, you guys find your way back to the garden district, back to this oak tree with the roses and that slightly overdramatic halfling sculpture. Lay your hand across it, and the bark once more splits apart as you step through. You're hit with that gust of salty air and a slight scent of decay. As you step through, your eyesight is immediately drawn upward to where the last time you came through this tree in the center of the Suda, you were witnessing the hanging of a number of traitors who still hang there.
Any new
Nice.
ones?
You don't see any. They seem to be the same number of figures, though. To be honest, it's hard to tell features. You can still see like there are fragments of ice still like encasing parts of them. It's been days and days and days, but somehow this ice has persisted, and there is like half a shoulder is still encased, but then the rest of the arm is exposed, and you can see the skin is like a horrible like yellowish green with like maggots in it and stuff. There is you can see like as you step through, there is of a crow that's like on a shoulder, that's like eating an ear off of one of them.
Gross.
Very unpleasant. Welcome to the Pirate Island.
It's very unsanitary.
But as you look around, things seem normal, aside from the swinging bodies.
Normal for Lavasuda.
Normal for Lavasuda.
Relatively. An execution of that magnitude is not.
It
standard
wasn't,
fare.
yeah.
They were like, oh, there's like a dozen of you that have been selling out like our movements and secrets to particular individuals in Volm. That doesn't fly. You do.
I guess maybe stop by the shop, see if Pine is back, if who's around.
Pine does not appear back.
Dang it! What are you doing, dude?
I'll
his family.
I'll give him a scry at some point. Yeah.
How dare he? Go back and be a pirate, you one-armed fuck.
you one-armed.
I gave him a rope climber, for God's sake.
Yeah. Either of my parents about?
Boop. Your mother is.
Oh, nice.
Mason is currently out sailing. But Shale?
Mummy.
Shell.
That was it.
Yeah.
Shell is there. The orc woman with her kind of burned off hand, wearing kind of like she's got like the normal like kind of vest and baggy trousers on. She's got like an extra kind of almost like a cardigan, sleeves rolled up, against a slight chill in the air as it approaches late autumn winter.
Give her a big hug.
There's a half-second glance up and down as you've increased in your fungal aspect.
Yeah.
But she like leans in and gives you a big old hug.
Mm-hmm.
You smell lovely.
Yeah. Had a really nice bath. There's a really gorgeous bathhouses. I can't stay.
Okay.
but I'll tell you. I will write to you and I'll speak to you again. We're on business right now.
All right, everyone, and like kind of like gives like a slightly awkward hug to everyone. Like not quite like hasn't really hugged you guys before. It's like
she's very big. She's real big.
She's like similar width to Nute, which for an orc is pretty impressive. Pats little maple on the head. And you guys make your way back toward the center. I mean, like a full hug from. She tries.
Insulted by head pats.
This angry jacked no, and you're just like, hello, little buddy.
It's more like goes in for like an awkward hug, but it's almost just like encasing you, so she feels that's too much. So she's like,
Maple is also pretty wide.
Yeah, but my mum is like 6'6". Like,
wait,
like what?
That's anyway. Awkward hug later.
Real quick, Nute sees the kind of like awkward hug going towards Maple, and quickly just goes and casts Soulguard on himself to make it less awkward.
Awkward.
Like, hold on.
awkward.
And now he's
I love the idea that you're blowing on your thumb of like, and you just inflate.
Basically.
Fucking hell.
Some Tom and Jerry shit.
Yeah. An awkward hug later, and an expended use of your enlarge ability. You guys make your way toward the Spire Palace, and you find it closed. Where the door normally is just sheeted over in ice. And you can see, even from here, as you notice that, you glance down towards the southern harbour, and the massive dual masts of the Stygian, like the head ship of the fleet is not in. However, as you get close, you see like a little of like scratched pieces of ice like fall, and kind of emerging from invisibility, that same ragged, small imp. The kind of like iron cage around the head, the little kind of spiny tail ending in like a scorpion sting at the end, kind of lazily hanging at one side.
You're back so soon.
We're here to speak to the captain. Do you know when he'll be back?
Why? Why do you come to speak with him?
And like scratches at the iron, you can see like a bit of rust like comes away and like the broken nails.
We have business to attend to.
Make a persuasion check.
17?
17? He like leans forward, his tail like punctures into the ice, and he kind of leans away from this like sheer wall and puts his little kind of ragged hands together, which seem to have like an extra 1 or 2 extra knuckles on each finger that is like kind of annoying to look at, and kind of like winds them together.
And do you think that this business is worth interrupting the captain?
I think it's something he'll be interested in.
I look forward to seeing.
And as like the imp kind of turns around, it can just like dig into the ice, and as it does so, the ice seems to kind of not melt, but like gets pulled away in spikes, almost being dragged away from this entrance. There is a stretching of like energy tearing into like a light purple and blue rift near the throne, and there is just a wash of seawater just out of it onto the floor that instantly freezes into a carpet of crystals. And stepping out, you see Malice, shirtless, leather trousers, the massive head of shaggy hair, the 2 massive antlers reaching up gold. His hair is soaking wet. You can see like the boots squeak slightly as he steps out. He's not holding his large anchor, but he just steps out, kind of pulls his like wet hair out of his face behind him. Unnecessary flex.
Rough weather?
I'm feeling very attacked right now.
Hunting for sport. And he takes a seat at the throne.
look to Nute.
Man spreads.
I'll look to Nute.
Mhm.
Look to Markos.
I hate him. I love him at the same time.
In fairness, it's on a throne. Him manspreading does not push someone else out the way.
I know, but there's
There's
It's the energy.
a power there.
around other people too. Okay.
Yeah. I will look to Nute and I'll look to Markos and just to double check that they're cool with this.
Let's do it.
I'll look to him. I believe there was talk of signing a contract.
There certainly was. Have you need of a fleet, little Hemlock?
Yes, we do. And I will, not to go over the whole spiel again, but give the thing of like, Port Ballenray has been overtaken by Queen Kaiser. They are surrounding Port Krasin, and we need to defend the coastline to get the people out. And they're in need of a fleet, and the Stygian fleet is the best one in the world.
It's either this or turning them into zombies.
Yeah.
Worm zombies. I think Markos will chuck in like a little bit of what we saw in Takahashi.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not entirely against worms, but mostly on the end of a hook.
These are sort of like orcers related worms, so not the greatest.
Yeah, y'all have
Not
told
good
me
bait.
about the affiliations of all this before. Well, he like reaches a hand out, and another similar, like his hand seems to like break through the air as if it was smooth glass, and as it does, more water just pours down his arm. And you see like grasps something, he like flexes, he seems to be pulling against something. Just looks through whatever small rift this is, and with a massive yank, his massive like ice anchor like hook breaks out of the rift, and attached to it you see like half of a jaw of what might have been some massive marine creature.
Of course,
Like-
something. Yeah.
Like it's like half of the lower jaw, and it's like 4 feet across.
Holy
Oh,
shit.
damn.
Ooh.
Baby megalodon, dire shark.
Pulls it off, like throws it up, and it never comes down. There's like a skittering and a
Burn devil.
Oh.
as the devil above begins to feed. Icicles begin to like breach out of the walls and pierce this jaw into place, holding it up there. He like shakes it off. The ice that kind of coats it begins to move away, revealing that core that he showed you before that has all these names carved upon it. He just places the anchor down in front of him.
Kind of again look to Nute and Markos. Just like,
Yeah.
you have the 3 of us.
I'm into.
One battle for one battle.
Maple, are you sure?
Yeah. Pine will come back eventually, and if he's gonna be there, I can't let him go by himself. And I'm sure Marigold will come too. She likes to fuck shit up.
Pine is not part of this crew.
I know, but he's gonna be coming back eventually, and if I know that boy, he will want in.
Yeah,
Right.
he will.
Go give you like squeeze on the shoulder. And I will approach. I will go first.
He doesn't move. He just like leans back slightly in the chair, just like the top of his hand resting on this anchor. Just
And I suppose I will touch my hand to it.
Just looking around like, I forgot to bring a pen. Oh, shit.
Does a pen even work on like a cold anchor?
cold?
Like,
What's happening?
Oh, where's my
as you
quill?
lay your hand on it, it is first off
Taking damage.
3 points of cold damage.
Ow!
Hachi.
Give it a name. It's got to be a true one.
Hemlock Ti'rel.
As you pull your hand away, it sticks for a moment, and as you kind of like pull, there's like that raw sensation on the skin of your hand. But you see now etched in the ice, Hemlock Ti'rel.
I'll approach next. And before I get to it, I'll just look at Malice and say, battle for a battle. Friend
Yes,
of
indeed.
demons, but my lot is my own. And I'll put my hand on it and just say, Markos Astreva.
Take 8 points of cold damage.
Cool.
As you pull your hand away, your name remains on it. Malice doesn't respond, he just kind of nods. And then kind of his head raises up once more once you've pulled your hand away.
Nute will walk forward, place his hand on it. Yeah.
Take 7 points of cold damage.
Yeah, there it is. And we'll say Nute Sokunin.
Aww.
As you pull the hand away, yeah, so reads Nute's gone in.
It's so cute.
Devils
I
don't be
guess I'll
devils.
go next.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Take 10 points of cold damage.
And
I'm rolling 2d6, and I think it started really low with
It
Hemlock.
did, I
and
got
set the
like 3.
expectations. So the expectations down here, it's
slowly
not.
gotten higher and higher.
As you pull your hand away, the name is left upon its surface. As Maple, you step away with your name joining this roster. You still possess that contract I gave you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And you understand what you've signed up for.
I think we do.
It'll take a couple of days to rally the ships, load them up. We'll be the only things floating outside that coast. Will you be sailing with us? Or will we meet us at the shore?
Sailing with.
Dealing with meeting a landing party.
Meeting a land-based evacuation team, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'll summon you to the ship when we get close. There aren't too many trees on boats.
We're on.
Why haven't you planted one just for Hemlock?
Good call, Adam. Oh.
That was not in character. That
It
was
could be pretty impressive, you know. Like an actual living tree is the mast,
Yeah,
and
create
like
the mast out of the tree.
you could put the sails in the branches. I'm sure if you got
I mean, if
I
you're
know
gonna have
a
a
living tree,
if you're gonna have a ship with a
Living
druid as a
ship.
patron, giving the druid that's kind of cool.
like an
You put
Like an
Markos, you
Antigan.
put an idea in his
no,
head.
no. But the thing is, you know, you see my baldron here, the living wood tree. I'm not saying take the living wood tree. That's kind of cultural for us. But,
And I appreciate that.
if you found like something similar,
At least like a giant mushroom or something.
He like just looks at Hemlock, the giant walking mushroom.
No, you can't use Hemlock as a mast. Watch it.
Planter.
Whatever's inside little Hemlock here. Look, this is a shipbuilding exercise for another day. For now, I'll get back to where you need to be. I'll call on you.
Happy hunting.
And then later on, at some point, I'll be calling on you again.
Understood.
You better bring your ass kicking boots, because there are plenty of ass down there.
never not wearing them.
Nute looks to Maple, who is shoeless.
Big ass skin in my heels and my ass kicking boots.
Exactly. It's like your birthday.
Calluses.
It's like birthday
The
suit.
bottom of
Like,
my feet is basically leather.
birthday suit refers to being naked, but it's like an article of clothing, right?
Birthday
So
boots.
your ass
Birthday
kicking
boots.
boots. They're just your feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Is there anything that you guys wish to do on Levasuda as Malus kind of just reclines back on his in his throne? Is there anything else to ask or speak about or do?
There's one thing that I would like to do very quickly, because I know we're conscious on time. Just as we're getting close to leaving, I'll just swing by the house and swing by my mum again and say, look, like I said, I can't stay, but I will write or talk to you somehow. There's something I want to speak to you about. I've already spoken to Da, but I think it's something I need to speak to both of you about. But before I do, I'm going to leave you with this, and I'm going to cast Greater Restoration on her.
Okay.
And as I do, say, I'll be in contact. If you remember anything about a woman coming to help me when I was ill as a baby, let me know. I think if you've forgotten before, you should remember now.
She kind of seems just focused on saying goodbye to you. As you're kind of like saying all this, she's like taking a slightly concerned face. Yeah.
Take your time.
I'll have a think. And as you like cast the spell on her, and she begins to think on the prompts that you've left her with.
Yeah.
She doesn't say anything, but she just kind of her brow furrows, her big old eyebrows meet in the middle.
Mm-hmm. You know my address. Write to me, and then I will start casting transport via plants.
Alrighty. She kind of gives you another little kind of pulls you in and kisses the top of your head. Like.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Dusty!
It's all my spores!
You're shedding, darling.
I'm perpetually dusty.
You're shedding.
Pretty much, yeah.
Need some head and shoulders.
Oh no! I got...
In fairness, your clothes are never moth-eaten. The spores kill the moths before they get close.
Yeah, you're just covered in like cordyceps, dried out husks of moths.
Oh
like,
no!
Oh, I
the
kind
thing
of
coming
love
out
that.
the back of their head.
Really hate that.
No, what happens
That's
is every time, like, you have moths in your bedroom, or we stay in an inn where there's moths, Hemlock will wake up next morning and the room is just a carpet of dead moths. Like...
All cordyceps.
I mean,
Just send out Lily.
and if Hemlock classifies them as a hostile creature,
They're not hostile. Like, they're not gonna
Moths,
die
moths
from...
fucking hostile. I hate moths.
Oh,
mean,
no, I love
Halo is
it.
full.
is-
Die.
If it is like a hostile insect, like a wasp or something that's gonna
Oh
sting
god,
you.
no, like,
This is your reaction to just necrotic them.
no!
Die.
Hemlock has grown up on a tropical island and has never once been bitten by a mosquito.
That's true. One day you're gonna go somewhere with big mosquitoes and you'll be like, what the fuck is this?
What the fuck?
You see a sturge and you're like, eh.
Oh shit!
With that, as you say goodbye to Shell, and you all, your hands stinging slightly still, make your way through this tree and emerge once more in Siltfork. And you reconvene with these soldiers. Are you guys content to get on the road?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. It will take you about, to get to that halfway point by the route suggested, it's still morning. It's about 2 days away. And the first day of travel takes you along mostly the road. Toward a couple hours after lunch, you veer left on a smaller path that branches into just the rolling, wheat-covered golden hills of central Volm. You see more of those floating windmills, like the towers of the building disconnected from the blades of these fans that just rotate in midair. You begin to see occasional more elements of these magic-infused elements of everyday life. And as you progress through these large fields, you see large, like, a lot of these fields are actually circular, not like patchwork rectangles. They seem slightly flattened away from whatever hillside they're on, almost taking an appearance of those of like rice paddies staggered down hills. And as the hills roll, these different kind of leveled circular fields splay out, and they seem to have large, slowly rotating arms that just bring around them. You see in the center a large bucket thing at the center, and as you kind of walk past, you begin to notice and see they seem to gather water in the center, and just as the water trickles out along the arm, it just perpetually keeps a slow water supply to each of these fields. I need one of you, as you are now leading yourselves and your 8 companions, your Volman soldiers, along this journey. I would like one of you to roll a d6.
Oh.
Do it! That's a 3!
3. Very well.
3 Nightwalkers spawn.
There's 3 Nightwalkers.
Alrighty. As you guys are making your way along these beautiful, like, golden rolling hills, following this kind of slightly curving path that goes to each one, You can see off in the distance a small farmhouse, a small trail of white smoke leading up above. You can see to your left, kind of descending down these hills towards the lake next to Doloran. While Doloran is out of sight, you do see the forest that spreads out across those hills to the west of you. I would like... let's go ahead and say... Just perception checks from everyone. Just a fucking free-for-all.
26.
26th?
26.
Alrighty.
19.
10.
Dirty 20.
Dirty?
Yeah.
That's one dirty.
Yeah,
Alright.
I rolled a 7 on the die, so.
It's fucking... It's you lot, isn't it? Of course, you'll just see everything. Alrighty.
I don't. I rolled a 10.
To be honest...
I have disadvantage, and I rolled a nat 1, so...
Still though, you rolled a nat fucking 1 and got a 10.
Give me 2 seconds to do a
I
thing.
did good wisdom plus proficiency.
Oh boy.
Let me just do a little thing. A bippity boppity boo.
Put it
Before I
together
tell
and
you
what
what
have you
you
got?
see.
Bibbidi bobbidi boo. It's Cinderella.
Yeah.
So we get rid of these.
Cinderella? I hardly know her.
Get rid of those. What?
Did you get that,
Not even me.
that TikTok that I sent?
Yeah.
I sent you, by the way.
As you guys maneuver your way down this long road, a large field of tall wheat on your left, you see a cart on the right-hand side of the road that seems to be veered off and broken. Even from a distance, you can see it seemed to have been a vehicle led by a single cow. That cow is on its side, blood just paints the grass around it. And as you begin to get close, the wind rustles the wheat field to your left. But as you see this dead cow, this broken cart, you guys are wary. You have been in many a dangerous place before. And as you see this place to your left in this wheat field that covers up so much, you listen carefully. And as you walk along this path closer and closer to this cart, a couple of you, and then the rest of you, apart from Maple, see the faintest bits of movement. You see among the yellows and browns, something else yellow and brown moves within, crouching within, a number of them. And as you slow down slightly in caution and look above and the front and ahead of you, you see a couple other large moving things that will be, to the untrained eye, would just be wafting heads of barley and wheat. But you see a couple large forms lurking in wait, ambush laid but spotted before anything overly dangerous could happen.
Whoop.
You begin to see in the movements to the left numerous hyena-like individuals lurking
Big
within
boys.
God damn.
large actual hyenas crouching low, at the very faintest of snarls giving away these large pairs of canine lungs waiting with bated breath for you to step in their lines of sight. And just as you guys pause and have a moment to react to this ambush that you have spotted before you walked into the center of it, we will pause tonight's session. And we'll come back not next week, because I'm not here. It's hard. We can play without Alex and without Simon, sadly, for brief stints, but when I'm not here, it's kind of hard to play this game.
We cannot play without Andrew.
So next week, I'm canoeing in Scotland, but after that, we'll come back and we'll roll initiative, as you guys have narrowly avoided being completely surprised by what seems to be a gnoll hunting pack. Wow!
There's a
It's a
fucking lot of
dangerous
them.
place.
Also,
There's
Andrew,
a good handful of them.
hyenas aren't canine.
They're close
I'm
enough that
sorry.
I don't give a shit.
Actually, they're more closely related to cats.
Well, there's a bunch of big fuck-off cats.
Felines.
And we'll come back next week with rolling initiative. Well, next time for that. For now, we are gonna go off and get out of here. But before we do you want to know where you can catch us in other things, in other shows that are happening around the place? I'm
Do
gonna
you
throw
want
it to the
to?
wonderful Meg. Because she's gonna tell you.
Well, before anything else,
They want to know.
make sure you have
They
a
do
sip
wanna
of drink
know.
before you start.
Oh shit, let me do a sippy. Okay, bitches. So, as always, tomorrow on Kilted Cajuns channel, you can catch our lovely Proopy Doop playing Tomb of Annihilation, which is a very fun little campaign. It's just a lot of temples with traps and scary things,
I
and
heard they also
dinosaurs
do-
in the jungle.
They also do a lot of
So-
stretching and like checking their posture while they're doing that. I think
Well,
we
that's
should
good
also,
because they know it's good for them.
also follow suit.
Yeah, that's it. It's a very fun game. You
Dehydrated.
should go check it out. It's great. And then on Tuesday, Rowan is gonna be on Check These Out yet again, playing a little like all goblins one-shot thingamajig.
Another little 4-part mini arc. We're trying
Yes.
to, I believe, steal a rocket so our boss can go to the moon and make like a base on the moon. It's gonna be very fun.
You're basically the minions from Despicable
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah.
God damn it.
It's going to check these out for that on Tuesday. And then obviously we will be back with this next Thursday.
Don't worry.
Well, not this. We'll be back with
Not this, but
something.
Another thing. We'll be back with another thing next Thursday. Potentially like a little secret OVA episode of the ad again or something. I don't know, we need to figure it out. Yeah, that's all the stuff. You should go follow our socials to figure out what else we're doing.
Yeah.
Me, Andrew, and Rowan are going to be back with GM Hina, not this weekend, but the weekend after, because we had to delay because people scheduling and blah blah blah. Yes, but that is the rest of the week for this week, as far as I'm aware. Go and enjoy your weekend, I guess. Until next time. Yeah, we love you.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Hope you guys had a good time. Hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evenings and week, and we'll see you guys on the flip. Good night.
Night.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Love.
Get out of here.
Big love.
Adios.